quiet town, shadowed by an ancient family secret, an outsider's innocent act unleashes an unspeakable horror. The Graham family, bound for generations to a monstrous legacy lurking in their cellar, faces their darkest fear as the curse of their bloodline erupts into chaos. As the town succumbs to a terrifying transformation, becoming ground zero for a global apocalypse, the world teeters on the brink of a new, feral era. This is a tale of a curse unbound, a family's legacy turned nightmare, and a world conquered by the age of the beast. Can anything or anyone stop the relentless spread of the Lycan curse? Dive into the heart of darkness in this gripping story of survival, legacy, and the indomitable nature of fear. Chapter 1. The Beast Below. The Graham family's old manor, perched on the outskirts of a sleepy town, had always been the subject of whispered rumors, but within its aging walls, a secret far darker than mere gossip lay hidden. On this stormy night, as lightning cleaved the sky, the heavy rain muffled the sounds from below the house. In the dank, shadow-draped cellar, an ancient chain rattled eerily. The darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the occasional flicker of a distant storm, revealing glimpses of something sinister. There, bound by heavy iron chains, was a creature of nightmares, a werewolf, its once human features twisted into a grotesque mask of feral rage. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the dark, were filled with an unquenchable fire of hatred and hunger. With each thunderclap, it lunged violently, the chain straining against the brute force of the beast, echoing through the cellar like the bell of doom. Its growls were low and guttural, a sound born of centuries of confinement and fury. Above, in the house's cozy parlor, the Graham family gathered in a circle. Their heads were bowed, hands clasped tightly as they recited their nightly prayer. The ritual was as old as the curse itself, passed down through generations. Each word, murmured in unison, was a plea for protection, a chant to keep the darkness at bay. The room was filled with portraits of their ancestors, each face etched with the same solemn burden. The current generation of Grahams: John, the stern patriarch; Eliza, his devout wife, and their 2 children, young Ethan and curious Alice, all bore the weight of their lineage, a lineage marred by a chilling legacy, the beast that dwelled beneath their feet. As the prayer reached its crescendo, a loud clatter erupted from below, causing the family to pause, their hearts skipping a beat. It was a sound they had grown accustomed to, yet it never failed to instill a sense of dread. John's eyes met Eliza's, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The curse of their ancestor, a spectre from a bygone era, remained ever present, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within their own blood. Outside, unbeknownst to the Grahams, a lone figure approached the manor, seeking refuge from the storm. This stranger, Tom, would soon unwittingly set into motion a chain of events that would unearth long-buried secrets and challenge the very foundation of the Grahams' existence. As the storm raged on, the boundaries between past and present, human and beast, began to blur, and the Graham family found themselves on the precipice of a terror that had been brewing for centuries. Chapter 2. The legacy passed down. The clock in the Graham family's old parlor chimed, its sound echoing through the corridors of the house, a constant reminder of the passing of time. But in this home, time held a different meaning. It was both a guardian and a menace. John, as a boy of 10, remembered one such evening distinctly. The rain was tapping gently against the window pane as he sat in the study with his father, Edward Graham. The room was filled with the scent of old books and the smouldering embers of the fireplace. It was there that Edward decided to unveil the heavy mantle of their family's legacy to young John. His father's voice was steady, but laced with an undercurrent of something John could not quite understand then. Perhaps it was fear, or maybe sorrow. "John," his father had begun, "you are old enough now to understand the truth about our family. The secret we guard is not just a matter of tradition, it is a matter of survival." He told John of their ancestor, a man of noble stature and good heart, who had fallen prey to a terrible curse. In the 1800s, transformed into a werewolf, he became a creature of the night, driven by primal instincts. "This beast in our cellar, your great-great-great-grandfather, is beyond redemption," Edward had said, his eyes reflecting the flames from the hearth. "He is driven by an insatiable hunger, a desire to hunt and kill. We cannot reason with him, for he thinks not as a man, but as a feral wolf." Edward had taken a deep breath before continuing. "We are the keepers of this curse, John. The chains and our prayers are all that keep the beast at bay. Should he ever break free, he will be an unstoppable force of evil and destruction. Each person he bites will become like him, a slave to the curse of the lichen, spreading the affliction far." John remembered feeling a cold shiver run down his spine as his father spoke. The weight of responsibility had suddenly felt very real, very heavy. "There is no cure for this curse," Edward had concluded. "Our family has tried for generations. We can only hope to contain it, to prevent the darkness from spreading." As John sat there, listening to his father, the shadows of the study seemed to grow longer, darker. The gravity of his inheritance had settled on his young shoulders that night, an inheritance of eternal vigilance against a horror that lay chained in their own home. Years had passed since that night, and John had grown into the role of the family's protector, but the words of his father lingered in his mind like an unending echo. "There is no stopping the beast, only the hope of holding it at bay." Chapter 3. The Uninvited Guest. On that fateful night, as the storm raged outside, casting the Graham family's manor in a silhouette of foreboding shadows, there came a knock at the door. It was an unexpected sound that cut through the howling wind and the family's evening prayers. John, cautious and wary, opened the door to find a stranger standing in the downpour. The man, soaked to the bone, introduced himself as Tom, a traveller caught unawares by the violent storm. He pleaded for shelter, his eyes begging for compassion. But John, bound by the unspeakable secret they harboured, could not risk a stranger's presence. "You are not welcome here," he stated firmly, his voice barely concealing the fear of what lay beneath their home. With those cold words, he shut the door in the stranger's face, leaving Tom to the mercy of the storm. Rejected and desperate, Tom scanned the manor's grounds for any form of refuge. Ignoring the private property and keep-out signs, he scaled a high wall and a fence, finally stumbling upon an old tool shed. It was far from comfortable, but it would have to do until the storm subsided. As Tom settled in, trying to shake off the cold, he heard an odd sound. At first, it seemed like chanting, distant and almost melodic. Then came the unsettling noise of chains and a deep, guttural growling. Tom's heart raced. It sounded like a dog in distress. Driven by concern and curiosity, he ventured closer to the source of the sounds. He found a small opening, a narrow window that peered into what looked like a cellar. It wasn't big enough for him to climb through, but he could see inside. The rattling of chains and the growling grew louder. "You there, boy?" Tom called out, mistaking the sounds for a trapped animal. As he reached his hand inside, hoping to offer some solace to what he thought was a dog, the noises intensified. Suddenly, there was a sound like chains being violently pulled, as if an animal were trying to break free. "Come on, boy. I'll get you out," Tom said, his voice a mix of worry and determination. Without warning, a chain snapped. Something from the darkness latched onto Tom's arm. He yanked his hand back in reflex, feeling the sharp pain of teeth puncturing his skin. "Ah, stay in there then," Tom exclaimed, a mix of anger and shock in his voice. As he staggered back into the storm, nursing his wound, he was unaware of the gravity of what had just transpired. The bite, seemingly superficial, was more than just an injury. It was the awakening of an ancient curse. As he wandered off into the night, the true horror of what lay within the Graham family's cellar remained unseen. But now it had made its first contact with the outside world. Chapter 4. The Beast Awakens. Hours after the harrowing encounter at the Graham Manor, Tom, still a stranger to the small town, found his way to a local cafe. The storm had subsided, leaving behind a palpable sense of unease. As he entered, his appearance drew immediate attention. His arm was bleeding, the wound appearing far from normal. "What happened?" asked a concerned patron, eyeing the injury with a mix of curiosity and worry. "Damn dog bit me," Tom grumbled, his voice rough and strained. He slumped onto a chair, his exhaustion palpable. "Give me a coffee," he demanded more than requested. The woman behind the counter obliged, her brows knitted in concern. "Here, put this bandage on it," she said, offering him a first aid kit. Tom sat motionless for a while, his coffee untouched, his head resting on his arm. The staff exchanged worried glances. One of them gently nudged him. "You okay, mister?" "Just so tired," Tom mumbled, his voice barely audible. In the background, the owner of the cafe began to restock the fridge with fresh supplies, including raw meat. At the sight and smell of it, something primal stirred within Tom. His senses heightened unnaturally, fixated on the meat. Without warning, Tom leapt over the counter, pushing the owner aside with alarming strength. He began to consume the raw meat with a wild, animalistic fervor. The sight was shocking, his actions incomprehensible. "Call the police!" shouted the owner, trying to pull Tom away. But Tom turned, snarling, a wild look in his eyes that was inhuman, feral. Soon after, the police arrived. They shouted at Tom to back away and lay down, but he was oblivious to their commands. As one officer approached, Tom's face contorted into a mask of bestial rage. He lunged at the officer, biting him viciously on the arm. The other officer, in a panic and self-defense, opened fire. Tom collapsed to the floor, his body going still. "He bit me," exclaimed the bitten officer, clutching his arm in pain and shock. An ambulance arrived promptly, whisking away Tom's body and the injured officer, who was already en route to the hospital for urgent treatment. Little did they know, the incident at the cafe was just the beginning. The curse that the Grahams had fought so hard to contain was now unleashed, its effects starting to ripple through the town in a way no one could have anticipated. Chapter 5. The Curse Unleashed. The night in the small town descended into chaos, a terror unleashed that was beyond anyone's worst nightmares. As the ambulance personnel loaded what they believed to be Tom's lifeless body into their vehicle, a sudden, unsettling movement caught their attention. "Is that normal?" one of the paramedics asked, a note of fear in his voice as he observed the body beginning to twitch and spasm under the cover. Before either could react, a horrific transformation occurred. The body mass visibly grew, morphing into something grotesque and unnatural. In a terrifying moment, the cover was violently thrown off, revealing not the man they had loaded, but a monstrous werewolf. With features of a wolf, but standing on two legs, the beast, in a fit of pure rage, leapt at the nearest ambulance worker, biting and clawing in a frenzied assault. The second paramedic suffered the same fate before the creature darted off into the night, its howl echoing ominously throughout the town. Shocked shop owners and bystanders came out to witness the commotion, only to be greeted by a scene of blood-curdling carnage. The two bodies of the ambulance workers lay motionless in pools of blood. Then, to the horror of the onlookers, the bodies began twitching. Muscles spasmed and contorted as the two men underwent a grotesque transformation, rising up as feral, raging werewolves. Panic ensued as the shop owners screamed, desperately trying to lock themselves in their establishments, but their efforts were in vain as the newly turned werewolves smashed through doors and windows, assaulting anyone in their path with ruthless savagery. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the officer who had been bitten by Tom in the cafe was undergoing a similar horrifying metamorphosis. In the emergency room, amidst the hustle and bustle of medical staff, the officer's body convulsed uncontrollably. As the staff tried to restrain him, thinking it to be a seizure, the transformation completed. He stood, now a monstrous werewolf, eyes glinting with primal fury. The hospital erupted into screams and chaos as the werewolf launched itself at the unsuspecting medical personnel and patients. Security guards and police, called to the scene, were met with a creature of nightmares, far beyond their training or understanding. Back in the town, the night was filled with howls and screams, a symphony of terror. The curse that the Graham family had contained for generations had broken free, multiplying and spreading like wildfire. The town was now facing an epidemic of lycanthropy, a disaster they were wholly unprepared for. As the night progressed, the situation grew more dire, with no apparent solution in sight, and the full moon watching over the town like a silent, ominous witness to the unfolding horror. Chapter 6. Desperate measures. In a matter of days, the once peaceful town had transformed into a nightmarish epicenter of lycanthropy. The rapid spread of the curse left the authorities with no choice but to call in the military. A perimeter was swiftly established around the town, a formidable barrier against the Lycan outbreak. Tanks, heavy machine guns, and the latest in military technology formed an impenetrable line of defense. General Williams, in charge of the operation, surveyed the scene with a grim expression. If just one of these creatures gets out, the entire country is doomed, he stated gravely to his aides. His voice carried the weight of the dire situation, each word underscored by the seriousness of their task. As they strategized, a bone-chilling howl cut through the air. Two Lycans, their eyes glowing with feral intensity, charged at the perimeter. The soldiers responded immediately, unleashing a barrage of heavy gunfire. The creatures were hit repeatedly, sustaining extreme injuries, but to the shock of everyone watching, they soon rose again, retreating back into the town with a resilience that defied logic. General Williams turned to his team, his face hardening. "We are pursuing the idea of using nukes," he said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The very thought of such an extreme measure was a testament to their desperation. "Conventional weapons don't seem to have any lasting effect on them." He looked out over the desolate town, now a battleground between humanity and a curse centuries old. "I think we can contain them for now," he continued, "but we need a more permanent solution, and fast. This isn't just a fight against monsters, it's a race against time." The grim reality of their situation hung in the air. The military might have been able to hold the perimeter, but the question of how to eliminate the threat without resorting to catastrophic measures remained unanswered. As the general and his team delved into heated discussions, The sounds of howls and gunfire continued to echo in the background, a constant reminder of the battle that raged just beyond the barrier. Chapter 7. The Last Stand at Graham Manor. Within the confines of their ancestral home, the Graham family bore witness to the chaos that had engulfed their town. Their manor, a solitary beacon in the midst of the military-imposed perimeter, stood out as an island of relative calm in a sea of turmoil. As the Lycans approached the manor, a primal roar echoed from the cellar. The beast, sensing its kin, clamoured for freedom with a fury that shook the very foundations of the house. But the Grahams, steadfast in their duty, began their ancient prayers, a ritual passed down from father to son. These prayers seemed to create an invisible barrier, repelling the encroaching Lycans. Somewhere, it spread, John murmured, his voice a mix of disbelief and dread. All we can do is stay here and protect the beast. If he escapes, no one out there will stand a chance. Outside, the sound of gunfire grew closer, signaling the approach of the military. Through a window, John saw armed forces converging on their manor. It became evident that they had noticed something peculiar, the Lycans' inability to cross onto the Graham property. A short while later, a knock sounded at the door, more assertive than any visitor before. John cautiously opened it to find a captain and a team of 6 soldiers. They entered quickly, securing the door behind them. One of them radioed in, "We're here." The captain, eyeing the Graham family, asked bluntly, "What's your story?" "You need to leave. This is private property," John replied, his tone firm yet laced with an underlying urgency. "I don't think so," the captain countered, his gaze piercing. "We've observed the Lycans. They're being repelled from your manor, and we need answers." The tension in the room escalated as 2 worlds collided. The military, desperate for a solution to a crisis beyond their understanding, and the Graham family, guardians of a centuries-old curse. John knew that the secrets of the Graham Manor were now on the verge of being exposed. Whether this revelation would bring salvation or further damnation was a question that hung heavily in the air, as the howls of the Lycans outside mingled with the steady rhythm of military discipline. Chapter 8. The Unleashing. The howl that resonated from the basement of the Graham Manor was unlike anything the military team had ever heard. It was a sound that seemed to embody pure, unadulterated menace. "What's that noise?" the captain demanded, his hand instinctively resting on his weapon. "That," John said with a gravitas that silenced the room, "is mankind's doom. If you venture down there, you will unleash a prophecy of man's end. The Lycans outside are mere shadows compared to the beast in the cellar. It cannot be stopped, only subdued." The captain, skeptical yet intrigued, made a decision. "We'll take a look." John positioned himself defiantly in front of the cellar door. "My sworn duty is to keep it locked away, even if it costs my life. There will be no life if it escapes." But the military team, driven by urgency and desperation, pushed him aside aggressively. The Graham family, realizing their pleas were in vain, began to form a circle, chanting their ancient prayers with renewed fervor. As the team descended into the basement, the distant sounds of gunfire and howls filtered through the air, a chaotic symphony of the battle raging outside. The basement was dark, an abyss that seemed to swallow all light. As they opened the heavily bolted door, they peered into the gloom. There, in the shadows, they could just make out a figure. The beast, a nightmare made flesh. Upstairs, the Graham family continued their chant, a desperate plea for containment, but their voices faltered as they heard gunfire and screams emanating from below, followed by a haunting silence. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps ascending the basement stairs. The family's chant grew more intense, a futile effort to ward off the inevitable. They watched, hearts pounding in terror, as the creature, now free from its chains, walked past them, its eyes glowing with an unholy light. The beast paused for a moment, as if acknowledging the futile efforts of the family, before exiting the house into the night. The Graham Manor, once a stronghold against the curse, had fallen. The ultimate horror, the source of the curse, was now unleashed upon the world. The family's chants faded into a mournful whisper, their legacy shattered. The night air was filled with the sound of howls, a chorus of the damned, as the creature merged with its kin, leading an army of nightmares into the darkness. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Perimeter. At the military's fortified blockade, General Williams and his troops braced themselves for another assault. The air was tense, heavy with anticipation and fear. Soldiers manned their posts, weapons at the ready, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the Lycans. "There they come again," General Williams muttered, his voice betraying a hint of fatigue from the relentless attacks. But this time, something was different. Among the approaching Lycans, a massive figure stood out, dwarfing its kin in both size and aura of menace. "Look at the size of that one," the general exclaimed, a sense of dread settling in. The soldiers trained their weapons on the approaching horde, focusing on the colossal beast leading the pack. As they opened fire, a chilling realization dawned on them. Their bullets, which had at least slowed down the other Lycans, seemed to have no effect on this behemoth. It kept moving forward, an unstoppable force of nature, as if each bullet was nothing more than a nuisance. Behind the beast, hundreds of townsfolk turned Lycans followed, a horrifying testament to the curse's rapid spread. The soldiers' fire did little to stem the tide, as the Lycans, emboldened by the presence of their formidable leader, surged forward with renewed ferocity. The beast reached the barrier, and with a display of brute strength, began to tear through the defenses as if they were made of paper. Soldiers, caught off guard by the sheer power of the creature, were overwhelmed in moments. The screams of the fallen filled the air as they, too, began to transform into the very monsters they had fought against. At military headquarters, far from the chaos, officers listened in horror over the radio. General Williams's voice, once steady and commanding, was now filled with terror and desperation. "They've broken through," he screamed, the sound of destruction and mayhem echoing through the transmission. The line went dead, leaving the room in stunned silence. The last bastion of defense had fallen, and with it, any semblance of hope they had of containing the outbreak. The curse, that had been a dark secret of the Graham family for centuries, was now a catastrophe on a scale never before seen, a nightmare unleashed upon the world. Chapter 10. The Age of the Beast. 3 months following the catastrophic breach at the military perimeter, the world had undergone a transformation so profound and terrifying that it was unrecognizable. The Lycan curse, unleashed from the depths of the Graham family's cellar, had spread with an alarming speed and ferocity, engulfing cities, towns, and villages across the globe. Human civilization, as it had been known, ceased to exist. The relentless spread of the Lycans left no corner of the world untouched. Major cities, once bustling hubs of activity, lay in ruins, their skylines shattered, streets abandoned. The night was filled with the haunting howls of the Lycans, a constant reminder of the new rulers of the planet. Society had crumbled under the onslaught. Governments and military forces, overwhelmed and outmatched, fell one after the other. Attempts at creating safe havens or developing a cure were futile, crushed under the overwhelming numbers of the Lycans. Human survivors were few, scattered across the globe, hiding in remote areas, always on the move to avoid detection. The world had entered a new era, the age of the beast. The Lycans, now the dominant species, roamed the lands freely. The curse had bonded them into packs, creating a new, brutal social order. The nights belonged to them, filled with their hunts and howls, echoing in the eerie silence of the abandoned human world. Nature began to reclaim what was once hers. Forests grew over crumbled buildings. Wild animals returned to the places once inhabited by humans, and the skies cleared of pollution. In a dark, twisted way, the planet was healing, returning to a state untouched by human hands. Humanity's legacy was reduced to whispers in the wind, echoes of a once thriving civilization now lost. The Graham family's curse had not only destroyed their lineage, but had rewritten the course of history, plunging the world into a primordial darkness where only the strongest, the Lycans, survived. In this new age under the rule of the beast, the earth had grown wild and untamed, a stark reminder of the fragility of human existence and the destructive power of ancient curses left unchecked. In a world ravaged by ferocious werewolves, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Desperate survivors stumble upon a chilling discovery, a virus that transforms these unstoppable beasts into something arguably worse, the mindless undead. As they unleash this new horror in a frantic bid for survival, they face a haunting question. Have they traded one nightmare for another? Dive into a heart-pounding journey where every choice is a gamble for humanity's future, and every shadow hides a threat more terrifying than the last. Prepare to enter a world where the line between savior and destroyer blurs, in a battle for survival where the stakes are nothing less than humanity's last stand. Chapter 1. The Fall of Civilization. The world had changed. It was no longer the domain of bustling cities, teeming with life and the hum of humanity. Now it was a realm of shadows and fear, ruled by creatures of nightmare. The werewolves had taken over. It had started subtly at first, incidents reported as wild animal attacks in remote locations, but then the horror spilled into the cities. With each full moon, more and more fell prey to the werewolf's curse. The infection spread like wildfire. Every bite from these monstrous beings transformed the victim into one of them. Within months, the cities, those great hubs of civilization, had fallen. Skyscrapers, once symbols of human achievement, now stood as haunting silhouettes against the moonlit sky, their windows like lifeless eyes gazing down on the desolate streets. The nights were filled with the howls of the werewolves, echoing through the empty avenues and abandoned vehicles. What was once vibrant urban life had been replaced by the rule of the lycanthropes. Humanity was forced to retreat. Survivors fled to rural areas, farmlands, and hidden enclaves in the mountains. These places, once considered remote and isolated, became sanctuaries for the remnants of mankind. Here, far from the ruined cities, small communities clung to life. They fortified old farms, abandoned schools, and any structure that could offer shelter. Life had become a daily struggle for survival, gathering resources by day while barricading themselves at night against the ever-present threat of a werewolf attack. Rumors swirled among the survivors. Some spoke of military safe zones, others of a group of scientists working on a cure. But as the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, hope began to dwindle. The werewolves were too many, too strong. The full moon nights were the worst. A time when the howls of the werewolves filled the air, a grim reminder of the world that was lost. This new world was a place of constant vigilance. Lookouts were stationed day and night. watching for the telltale signs of a werewolf pack on the prowl. Children grew up knowing the importance of silence and the dangers of the night. The stories of the past, of movie theaters, shopping malls, and bustling city life seemed like fairy tales from another age. In these desperate times, trust was a rare commodity. Bands of survivors occasionally crossed paths, exchanging news and supplies, but always with a wary eye. The fear of betrayal was real, not just from fellow humans, but from the possibility that one among them could be hiding the curse, waiting for the next full moon to reveal their true nature. As the first chapter of this harrowing tale closes, the stage is set for a world hanging in the balance, where the remnants of humanity are on the brink of extinction. The werewolves reign supreme in the urban jungles, their howls a haunting melody of the new world order. But among the whispers of the wind, in the heart of the rural hideouts, a flicker of hope remains. Little do the survivors know, a discovery lies waiting, one that could change the course of this apocalyptic nightmare. But with it comes the risk of unleashing something even more terrifying than the beasts that roam the night. Chapter 2. The Journey to Hope. As the dawn broke over the rugged landscape, casting long shadows across the makeshift settlement, 3 figures huddled around a dimly lit map. They were an unlikely trio, brought together by circumstance and a shared goal to find a cure for the werewolf curse. Captain Marcus Donovan, a grizzled military veteran, ran his finger along a faded route on the map. His years in the service had prepared him for many things, but the fall of civilization was not one of them. Despite this, he remained a natural leader, his demeanor exuding a calm authority that was reassuring in these uncertain times. Beside him stood Dr. Lena Nguyen, a brilliant virologist whose research had been on the brink of breakthroughs before the world fell apart. Her eyes, once full of academic curiosity, now held a determined glint, the kind born of loss and a relentless drive to make things right. Completing the trio was Dr. Alexei Petrov, a molecular biologist with a knack for genetics. He had joined forces with Dr. Nguyen after a chance encounter, both sharing the same passion for finding a cure. Alexei's expertise was a crucial piece of the puzzle in understanding the werewolf virus. The 3 had heard whispers of a military facility deep in the heart of what was once a thriving urban center. Rumors suggested that it held research crucial to developing a cure. It was a long shot, but long shots were all they had left. Packing light but efficiently, they set out just before sunrise. Marcus led the way, his rifle always within easy reach. Lena carried a portable lab kit, essential for any samples they might find. Alexei brought up the rear, his backpack filled with electronic gadgets that might be useful in accessing the facility. The journey was fraught with danger. They traversed through dense forests and overgrown fields, avoiding the main roads that were often patrolled by werewolf packs. It was during one of these treks that they encountered their first real brush with danger. A low growl echoed through the hen trees, stopping them in their tracks. Heartbeats quickened as they crouched low, hidden in the underbrush. Through the foliage, they glimpsed the slinking forms of a werewolf pack, their eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The tension was palpable as the creatures sniffed the air, dangerously close to their hiding spot. It was Marcus's calm, steady hand that signaled them to remain absolutely still. Minutes felt like hours until the pack moved on, leaving the trio to exhale in silent relief. As the sun began to set, they finally reached the outskirts of the facility. It was a sprawling complex, surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. Nature had begun to reclaim the once sterile grounds, with vines creeping up the sides of the buildings. Finding a way in wasn't easy. The main gates were locked and heavily fortified. It was Alexei who spotted an old drainage system, partially hidden by overgrowth. Working together, They pried open the rusted grate and made their way through the narrow tunnels. Emerging inside the compound, they found themselves in a world frozen in time. Papers were strewn about, equipment lay abandoned, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. It was an eerie reminder of how quickly everything had changed. There was no time to dwell on the past. The facility held secrets, perhaps the key to turning the tide in this relentless struggle. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the complex, the sense of anticipation grew. What they found could be their last hope, a beacon in the darkness of a world overrun by beasts. But as they were soon to discover, some secrets come with a price. Chapter 3. The Siege of Shadows. The night was clear, stars twinkling in a sky unmarred by the lights of civilization. In a secluded woodland clearing, a small band of survivors huddled around a flickering campfire, their faces etched with the weariness of constant vigilance. This was their refuge, a makeshift camp, fortified with whatever materials they could scavenge: barbed wire, wooden spikes, and an array of rudimentary alarm systems made from cans and strings. Despite their exhaustion, there was an air of camaraderie among them. They had become a family of sorts, bound together by the shared goal of survival in a world that had turned against them. Their camp, though humble, was a bastion of humanity in the midst of chaos. Suddenly, the tranquil night air was shattered by the shrill ringing of the alarm system. Panic ensued as everyone sprang into action, grabbing weapons and rushing to their defensive positions. The camp, usually so full of life and laughter, became a battleground. From the darkness of the surrounding woods, they came. Hundreds of werewolves, their eyes glowing with a feral hunger, descended upon the camp with ferocious speed. The air was filled with the sounds of snarling, growling, and the desperate cries of the survivors. The defenders fought bravely, but they were overwhelmingly outnumbered. The makeshift barricades, so carefully constructed, were torn apart like paper. Each horrific bite from the werewolves turned another human into a lycanthrope, swelling their ranks even as the human numbers dwindled. The camp, once a symbol of human resilience, was quickly overrun. Tents were ripped apart, the fire trampled underfoot, and the air filled with the scent of fear and blood. It was a massacre, swift and brutal. The werewolves moved through the camp with ruthless efficiency, leaving behind only destruction and the newly turned werewolves who rose to join their ranks. In the aftermath, the clearing that had once been a haven of hope and survival lay in ruins. The few survivors who had managed to escape disappeared into the night, carrying with them the harrowing memories of the siege and the devastating loss of their sanctuary. The night grew silent once more, the stars now witnesses to a world where humanity was not just fighting for survival, but slowly losing its very essence to the encroaching darkness. The transformation of the camp into a lair of werewolves was a chilling reminder of the relentless tide of the lycanthropic plague, a tide that was washing away the last remnants of the world as it once was. Chapter 4. The Ethical Dilemma. The abandoned military base, once a hive of activity and scientific inquiry, now lay in silent desolation. Captain Marcus Donovan led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, revealing long corridors lined with abandoned equipment. Dr. Lena Nguyen and Dr. Alexei Petrov followed closely, their own flashlights darting around, illuminating forgotten remnants of a world lost to chaos. Their footsteps echoed in the empty halls until they reached the main laboratory. The door, ajar, creaked ominously as they pushed it open. Inside the lab was a time capsule of the last days before the collapse. Papers were scattered across desks, whiteboards filled with complex formulas, and computers stood idle, their screens dark. As they sifted through the documents, a chilling realization dawned on them. The notes detailed exhaustive research on the werewolf virus, its effects, and potential countermeasures. But one entry stood out. There was no cure for the werewolf curse. The scientists had, however, stumbled upon something else. A virus that targeted both humans and lichens. Dr. Nguyen read aloud, her voice steady but tinged with disbelief. This virus, it's unlike anything we've known. It seems to spread at an alarming rate, potentially faster than the lichen transformation. But it's not selective. It could infect the remaining human population as well. The room fell silent as the gravity of the discovery settled upon them. Captain Donovan, ever the pragmatist, was the first to break the silence. If we use this, we're no better than those who unleashed the werewolf curse. We'd be condemning what's left of humanity. Dr. Petrov, his face pale under the harsh light, added, "But if we don't, the lichens will continue to turn more humans. It's only a matter of time before we're completely overrun." The ethical dilemma hung heavily in the air. On one hand, they had the means to stop the werewolves, potentially saving countless lives. But on the other, using such a virus was a betrayal of their own humanity, risking the very people they were trying to save. Dr. Nguyen, her voice tinged with sorrow, concluded, "We're not just scientists or soldiers. We're guardians of what's left of this world. Whatever choice we make, we carry the weight of humanity's future." The team stood in the lab, surrounded by the ghosts of a once great civilization, grappling with a decision that no one should ever have to make. The fate of the world lay in their hands, and whatever path they chose, it would irreversibly alter the course of human history. The question was not just about survival, it was about what it meant to be human in a world that had lost its humanity. Chapter 5. The Unthinkable Discovery. In the midst of their heavy deliberation, a faint but distinct sound cut through the silence, a rhythmic knocking, like someone tapping on glass. Intrigued and cautious, the team followed the sound, their flashlights casting long, eerie shadows in the abandoned corridors of the facility. They moved from room to room, the sound growing steadily louder until they came upon a large, sealed glass capsule. Inside, illuminated by their flashlights, was a man, but it was immediately clear that he was no ordinary man. His skin had a ghastly pallor, his eyes were lifeless, and he moved with an unsettling, jerky motion. He was undead, a zombie, relentlessly thumping against the glass with a mindless determination. Pinned to the capsule was a note, the handwriting shaky, as if written in haste or under great stress. Captain Donovan carefully removed it, and Dr. Nguyen read it aloud. It was a message from Dr. Stephen Lestat, a name recognized by the team as one of the leading researchers in lycanthropic studies. The note revealed a harrowing truth.
"We have finally infected a werewolf with the virus. It is contained in this capsule. The virus took away the werewolf curse, but the werewolf has turned into this thing, a zombie. The creature does not care if you are human or wolf, it wants to feed on you. But should a werewolf bite this thing, they too will change into another zombie. I could not bring myself to unleash this upon the world. If you find this, may you have the courage to do what I could not."
The team stood in stunned silence, the implications of Dr. Lestat's message sinking in. The zombie before them was not just a mindless creature, it was potentially the key to stopping the werewolf plague. But the cost was unimaginable. A new horror unleashed upon the world. Dr. Petrov broke the silence, his voice a mixture of awe and fear. This could end the werewolf threat, but at what price? We'd be replacing one curse with another. Captain Donovan, his eyes fixed on the zombie, replied grimly, It's a decision between two evils. Do we let humanity fall to werewolves, or do we risk it all on a chance to fight back, even if it means unleashing a new terror? Dr. Nguyen added. Dr. Lestat couldn't do it. He chose to contain the threat, rather than release it. Are we prepared to make a different choice? The weight of the decision hung heavily in the air. The zombie in the capsule, a grotesque testament to human desperation and scientific meddling, represented a solution as dangerous as the problem it was meant to solve. The team stood at a crossroads, facing a choice that would determine the fate of what remained of the world. In their hands was a weapon of unimaginable power, but its use required a courage that bordered on recklessness, a courage to possibly save humanity or damn it further. Chapter 6. The Desperate Gambit. The tense silence of the lab was shattered by a distant haunting howl, followed by a crescendo of noises, crashes, growls, and the sound of paws pounding against the facility's floors. Captain Marcus Donovan's voice cut through the chaos, decisive and grim. They found us. We need to make a choice now. We either die here or let this thing out. Outside the lab, the werewolves were a storm of fur and fangs. They had picked up the scent of the humans and were now relentlessly hunting them down. The facility, once a bastion of human ingenuity, became a hunting ground for these merciless predators. As the werewolves crashed into the main lab, a lone figure caught their attention. A shambling, mindless zombie, wandering aimlessly amidst the chaos. Instinctively, the werewolves attacked, their bites tearing into the undead flesh. But within seconds, a horrific transformation began. The werewolves that had bitten the creature started convulsing, their bodies warping and twisting until they too resumed a human form. But it was a grotesque mockery of humanity. They became shambling, mindless zombies, devoid of the power and ferocity that had once made them so formidable. From behind the safety of a locked room with a reinforced glass window, Captain Donovan, Dr. Nguyen, and Dr. Petrov watched the unfolding nightmare. More and more werewolves piled into the facility, drawn by the commotion. Each one that attacked the stumbling creatures met the same fate, their bodies undergoing the hideous transformation into the undead. The werewolves' strength and agility, which had once made them nearly invincible hunters, were now rendered moot. The newly created zombies just stumbled around aimlessly, their threat vastly different from that of the werewolves. They lacked the intelligence and purpose that had characterized the lycanthropes, becoming instead a horde of wandering husks. Captain Donovan and his team witnessed the rapid spread of the virus, a viral wildfire consuming the werewolf menace, but at a terrible cost. The sight was sobering and terrifying. They had unleashed a new horror into the world, one that, while less formidable than the werewolves, presented a chilling new reality. As the last of the werewolves fell and rose again as zombies, the lab became eerily quiet, filled only with the soft, aimless shuffling of the undead. The team was safe for the moment, but the world outside the reinforced glass had changed irrevocably. The werewolf threat might have been neutralized, but now they faced a new, unknown future with a different kind of monster, one of their own making. Chapter 7. A Dangerous Weapon. As the team surveyed the eerie stillness of the lab, Dr. Leona Nguyen's voice cut through, determined and resolute. I need some of their blood. Those syringes over there. Let's fill them up. Captain Donovan frowned, his voice laced with concern. It's too dangerous. We don't know enough about this virus. Despite his protest, they knew the value of this opportunity. With careful precision, they trapped one of the undead, a former werewolf now mindlessly wandering. Using makeshift tools and working with clinical efficiency, they drew multiple syringes of the creature's infected blood. After the procedure, they disposed of the undead body, ensuring no threat remained in their immediate vicinity. Dr. Nguyen then attached one of the syringes to the end of a long pole, effectively creating a spear-like weapon. This makeshift tool carried with it the potential to turn any werewolf it pierced into a zombie, a weapon of last resort. With their grim task completed, the trio made their way out of the facility, moving stealthily to avoid attracting attention. The world outside seemed even more foreboding now, a landscape fraught with dangers both known and unknown. Their journey back to camp was tense and fraught with peril. At one point, a lone werewolf, drawn by their scent or perhaps just wandering aimlessly, lunged at them from the shadows. Reacting swiftly, Dr. Nguyen thrust her syringe-equipped spear at the beast. The creature convulsed as the virus took hold, transforming before their eyes into a shambling undead. Quickly adapting to this new turn of events, they restrained the zombie, tying its hands and fashioning a makeshift catch-pole around its neck. This allowed them to keep it at a distance, using it both as a shield and a deterrent against any other werewolves they might encounter on their journey. The journey back to camp was a surreal procession, a small group of humans escorting a captured zombie through a world that was no longer theirs. The undead creature, once a symbol of terror, was now a tool in their desperate fight for survival. As they neared their camp, the realization of what they had done began to sink in. They had crossed a line, venturing into uncharted, ethical territory. The virus they carried, both in the syringe and in the form of their captive zombie, was a double-edged sword, a weapon against the werewolves, but also a potential threat to what remained of humanity. Their arrival at camp would mark not just a return, but the beginning of a new, uncertain chapter in their struggle for survival. They had new hope, but at what cost? This question lingered in the air, as palpable as the tension that surrounded them. Chapter 8. The Unwelcome Truth. Back at the camp, a place that once represented a haven of safety and unity, the atmosphere was now heavy with tension and unease. The camp leader, a stern and resilient figure who had guided the survivors through countless perils, confronted the team about their controversial decision. "Why would you unleash such a thing upon an already dying world?" the leader demanded, his voice tinged with a mix of anger and disbelief. Dr. Lena Nguyen stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "We've seen what the werewolves can do. They're fast, strong, and nearly impossible to kill. We can at least outrun, outthink, and possibly survive against the undead. But against the werewolves, we stand no chance." Before the leader could rebuke them further, two strangers, weary and disheveled, stumbled into the camp. They were survivors from another hidden camp, one that had been mentioned in hopeful whispers around the fire. The newcomers told a harrowing tale of a brutal massacre, their well-fortified and armed settlement falling within mere seconds to a relentless werewolf assault. "The werewolves are too powerful," one of the survivors gasped, his eyes haunted by the horrors he had witnessed. "Our defenses meant nothing. If they find you, there's no escape." The stark reality of their words silenced any further debate. The camp, despite its defenses, was not as secure as they had believed. As the camp absorbed this grim news, Captain Donovan noticed a commotion at the edge of the camp. He moved to a vantage point that overlooked a small city in the distance. Through his binoculars, he witnessed a staggering scene. A horde of undead, the very creatures they had released into the world, were shuffling into the city. Almost immediately, they were set upon by a pack of werewolves. The ensuing chaos was a macabre dance of death and transformation. Each werewolf that attacked the undead convulsed and twisted, soon joining the ranks of the shambling zombies. For a moment, Captain Donovan couldn't tear his eyes away from the spectacle. It was both horrifying and mesmerizing, a testament to the drastic lengths they had gone to for a chance at survival. As he lowered his binoculars, a heavy silence fell over the camp. The sight of the city, now a battleground between werewolf and undead, was a stark reminder of the new reality they had created. There was no going back now. The world they knew had been irrevocably altered, and the consequences of their actions would ripple through what remained of humanity. The camp, once a beacon of hope and solidarity, now faced a future fraught with uncertainty and fear. But amidst the despair, there was a glimmer of grim determination. If they were to survive in this new world, they would need to adapt, to evolve, and to face the consequences of their choices head-on. The night closed in, the campfire flickering like the last ember of a world that once was, now giving way to a future unknown and unwritten. Chapter 9: Clash of Monsters and the Rising Tide. In the crumbling city, the night air was thick with the sounds of a grotesque battle. Werewolves, once the apex predators, found themselves under siege by the relentless advance of the undead. Each savage bite from the zombies transformed the werewolves, stripping them of their power and turning them into more of the shambling horde. Amidst this chaos, one werewolf stood out. It was a monstrous creature, twice the size of its kin, with a cunning intelligence shining in its eyes. This alpha werewolf, a giant among its kind, surveyed the pandemonium with a calculating gaze. It understood the deadly implications of the zombies' bites. Instead of engaging with teeth, it used its razor-sharp claws, tearing through the undead with a ferocity and precision that was terrifying to behold. Its agility was unmatched, its strength seemingly otherworldly. It carved a swath through the horde, flesh and decay flying in its wake. With a final defiant howl, the alpha werewolf leaped onto a nearby rooftop, its powerful muscles propelling it effortlessly. In a few bounds, it disappeared into the shadows of the night, leaving behind the carnage it had wrought. It was a survivor, adapting to the new threat in a way that its transformed pack could not. Meanwhile, back at the base, the survivors faced a new, imminent danger. A horde of zombies, the very monsters they had unleashed, was now making its way up the hill towards their sanctuary. The shambling mass moved slowly, but with an unrelenting determination. The camp, once a place of safety, now braced for an onslaught. The survivors scrambled to fortify their defenses, but the sense of despair was palpable. They had sought to turn the tide against the werewolves, but in doing so, they had brought a different kind of doom upon themselves. As the zombies neared, their groans and the dragging of their feet grew louder, a grim soundtrack to the impending siege. The survivors gripped their weapons tightly, faces set in grim determination. They had faced the terror of werewolves. Now they must confront the consequence of their desperate gamble, an army of the undead, their numbers growing with each werewolf they had turned. The night sky, once a canvas for the stars, now bore witness to a world caught in the grip of monsters of their own making. The survivors stood ready, not just to fight for their lives, but for the very soul of what it meant to be human in a world that had forgotten its humanity. The battle lines were drawn, and the night ahead promised only darkness and despair. Final chapter: the cost of survival. As the relentless tide of the undead advanced up the hill, the survivors steeled themselves for the inevitable clash. The camp, once a place of refuge and hope, now echoed with the sounds of preparation for war. This was not just a battle for survival. It was a battle to uphold the remnants of their humanity in a world overrun by nightmares. The first wave of zombies crashed against their defenses with mindless ferocity. The survivors fought with a desperation born of knowing that this was a fight they could not afford to lose. Captain Donovan led the charge, his military training and unyielding resolve turning him into a formidable force against the shambling horde. Dr. Leonard Nguyen and Dr. Alexei Petrov, those scientists by trade, fought with equal determination, using every tool and makeshift weapon at their disposal. The battle was brutal and exhausting, but unlike the werewolves, the zombies were slow and predictable. It gave the survivors an edge they had never had before. After hours that felt like an eternity, the tide of undead began to wane. One by one, the zombies fell, until the ground was littered with their lifeless forms. As the sun began to rise, casting its light on the aftermath of the night's battle, the survivors took a moment to catch their breath. They had won, against odds that would have been insurmountable had their foes been werewolves. There was a sense of cautious relief in the air. The decision to unleash the zombie virus, as harrowing as it was, had given them a fighting chance. For the first time since the werewolf plague began, they felt a glimmer of hope, a sense that they might survive this new, twisted world they had helped create. But their respite was short-lived. As they surveyed the horizon, their hearts sank. Another horde of undead, larger and more relentless than the first, was making its way toward the camp. The reality of their situation settled in like a cold, unyielding weight. This was their new world, a world where victory was fleeting and every triumph was followed by a greater challenge. The survivors braced themselves once again, knowing that this cycle of battle and brief respite might be their fate for days, months, maybe even years to come. They had chosen this path over a world dominated by werewolves, but the cost of that choice was a never-ending struggle against an enemy that knew no fatigue, no fear, and no mercy. As the final chapter of their story closed, the survivors stood together, united in their resolve. They had made their choice, and now they would face the consequences, fighting not just for their lives, but for the essence of what it meant to be human in a world that had lost its way. The end was not a conclusion, but a statement on the enduring spirit of humanity, a testament to the courage, resilience, and indomitable will to survive against all odds. The story ended not with peace, but with the determination to keep fighting for as long as they had breath in their bodies. In the ravaged world of Crimson Dawn, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction, besieged by endless hordes of the undead. Amidst this chaos, a desperate alliance forms between the last survivors and the most unexpected of allies. Ancient, bloodthirsty beings emerging from the shadows of legend. As they unite against the overwhelming tide of zombies, secrets are unveiled, betrayals surface, and sacrifices are made. Witness a high-stakes struggle where every choice could mean the difference between survival and annihilation. Dive into a post-apocalyptic journey of survival where the lines between predator and prey blur and the cost of life hangs in the balance. Crimson Dawn isn't just a tale of survival, it's an epic saga of humanity's fight against the darkest odds, where the true monsters may not be who you expect. Chapter 1. The Fall. The sun hung low in a dust-choked sky, casting an eerie pallor over the crumbling cityscape. Once a bustling metropolis, the city now lay in ruins, its skyscrapers reduced to skeletal frames, streets littered with overturned cars and shattered glass. Nature, untamed and relentless, had begun to reclaim the concrete jungle, with wild vines ensnaring the remnants of civilization. Amidst this desolation, the undead roamed. They shuffled through the streets, a grotesque parody of the living, their moans a constant, haunting refrain. These once human creatures, bore the ravages of decay, their flesh hanging in tatters, eyes hollow with an insatiable hunger. The air was thick with the stench of death and rot, a putrid miasma that permeated every corner. Flies buzzed in thick swarms around the bodies that littered the ground, a testament to the recent carnage. The sky, perpetually overcast, seemed to mourn the fall of humanity, shedding a perpetual twilight that veiled the world in shadows. In the heart of the city, a dilapidated supermarket served as a macabre tableau. Its once well-stocked shelves were now bare, save for scattered, mouldy remnants of food. A sign hung crookedly above the entrance, its cheerful colours faded and peeling. The aisles, once alive with the chatter of shoppers, were now a labyrinth of despair, hosting a slow dance of the undead. As night approached, the howls of more aggressive creatures echoed in the distance. These nocturnal predators, remnants of a society long gone, hunted in packs, their cries sending shivers through the spine of any unfortunate enough to hear them. Survivors, a rare breed, hid in the shadows of this once great city. They moved with caution, their lives a constant struggle against the unrelenting tide of the undead. They were scavengers in a land of plenty, where the greatest abundance was death itself. Their faces, gaunt and weary, told stories of loss, resilience, and an unyielding will to endure. In one such hideout, nestled within the hollowed remains of an apartment building, a group of survivors huddled around a flickering candle. Their whispered conversations were a mix of fear and determination, a testament to the human spirit's unbreakable resolve. They spoke of rumors, of places where life still thrived, of sanctuaries untouched by the apocalypse. But outside their fragile haven, the undead waited, relentless and ever hungry, a reminder that in this new world, every moment was a battle for survival. As the chapter closes, the moon rises high, casting its silver glow over the city's wreckage. The night brings new terrors, but for the moment, the survivors' hideout remains undiscovered. The world outside is a symphony of nightmares, a place where humanity's twilight has given way to an era of horror and despair. Chapter 2. The Last Bastion. In the ruins of what was once a vibrant suburban neighborhood, surrounded by a makeshift barricade of rusted cars and barbed wire, stood the fortified camp. This refuge housed a group of survivors, each a stark emblem of human resilience. At the heart of the camp, a fire crackled in an improvised pit, casting a warm, flickering light. Around it sat the survivors, their faces etched with the scars of their ordeal. This group was diverse. A former teacher, a mechanic, a doctor, and others who had once led ordinary lives, now united by their shared fight for survival. As the night deepened, they gathered to discuss their future, a conversation laden with urgency and somber realism. The group's leader, a stern woman named Elena, spoke first. She detailed the grim reality. Their resources were dwindling, scavenging missions were becoming increasingly perilous, and their numbers were slowly but steadily diminishing. "The truth is, we can't sustain ourselves like this much longer," Elena said, her voice heavy with the burden of leadership. "Our food supplies are running low, medical stocks are almost depleted, and we've lost too many to the undead." The doctor, a middle-aged man named Samuel, added to Elena's points. "It's not just about resources," he said, adjusting his glasses. "We're facing a more fundamental problem. The undead are relentless, and with the fall of major cities and the loss of infrastructure, there are no safe places left to produce or store enough food. We're losing our ability to treat illnesses and injuries. At this rate, humanity can't sustain itself. We will collapse and become extinct within a few years." A young woman named Maya, once a university student, chimed in with a note of despair in her voice. "It's not just the physical challenges," she said. "It's the psychological toll. We've seen families torn apart, friends lost. The constant fear and grief are wearing us down. How can we think of a future when each day is a struggle to survive?" The mechanic, a burly man named Tom, broke the somber mood with a hint of determination. "We can't give up hope," he said. "We've made it this far. There has to be a way, a solution we haven't thought of yet." The group fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts. The fire's glow waned, casting long shadows across their faces. Beyond the camp's walls, the sounds of the night were a constant reminder of the perilous world they inhabited, a world where the dead walked and the living dwindled, teetering on the brink of oblivion. As the chapter concludes, a sense of resolve begins to emerge among the survivors. Despite the overwhelming odds, they knew that giving up was not an option. The night wore on, and in the flickering firelight, they began to share ideas, desperate plans, and faint glimmers of hope, searching for a way to fight back against the darkness that had engulfed the world. Chapter 3. Echoes in the Ruins. The morning sun broke through the grey clouds as a group of survivors from the camp made their way towards the city. Their mission was clear but perilous: to search for supplies and any other survivors. The city, once a bustling hub of life, now stood silent and desolate, its streets empty, buildings looming like silent sentinels of a bygone era. The group, led by a determined young man named Alex, moved cautiously. Each member was armed with whatever they had managed to scavenge over the months: a baseball bat, a hunting knife, a rusty handgun with limited ammunition. They communicated in hushed tones, their eyes constantly scanning the lifeless surroundings. As they reached the city centre, a plaza surrounded by what were once shops and cafes, they paused. Alex stepped forward, taking a deep breath. "Anyone here?" he called out, his voice echoing off the buildings, a stark contrast to the oppressive silence. For a moment, there was no response. Then faintly at first, came a sound that sent shivers down their spines, the unmistakable moan of the undead. It was a soft whisper, carried on the wind, growing louder and more numerous, like a chorus of the damned. The group exchanged panicked glances. The moaning swelled into a crescendo, and then, as if answering some unspoken command, the undead emerged. They poured out from the shadowed doorways of buildings, from the alleys, and from behind overturned cars. Their numbers were overwhelming, a tidal wave of decaying flesh and gnashing teeth. Alex and his team were frozen in horror. The moans were now deafening, a relentless sound that filled the air. The undead moved steadily closer, their movements slow but inexorable. The group was vastly outnumbered, their escape routes cut off by the advancing horde. Despair settled over the survivors. They had faced the undead before, but never in such numbers. This was no longer a mission for supplies. It was a struggle for sheer survival. The reality of their situation was stark and merciless. In this post-apocalyptic world, overrun by the undead, hope seemed like a distant memory. As the chapter closes, the group backs into a tighter circle, weapons raised in a futile gesture of defiance. The moans of the undead grow louder, drowning out all other sounds. In the heart of the ruined city, surrounded by a sea of the walking dead, the last flicker of hope in their eyes dims under the overwhelming shadow of despair. The apocalypse, it seems, leaves no room for salvation. Chapter 4. Shadows and Salvation. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows over the decaying city, Alex and his group found themselves backed against an old crumbling wall. The undead, numbering in the hundreds, closed in on them, a relentless, shambling mass. With no escape in sight, the group faced the grim reality of their situation. In these final moments, as the undead drew near, the survivors looked at each other, understanding the inevitable. They exchanged quiet farewells, each accepting their fate with a mix of fear and resignation. Alex, his voice steady, offered a few words of solace. "We did our best," he said. "In this world, that's more than most can say." Just then, as the first of the undead reached out with rotting hands, something inexplicable happened. A shadow, swift and silent, began to move through the horde. The undead did not seem to notice this presence, but as it passed through them, they fell to the ground, lifeless. The survivors watched in stunned disbelief as the shadow moved with lethal grace, cutting a swath through the undead. But still, the horde pressed on, seemingly endless. Suddenly, the shadow materialized in front of them. It was an old man, his skin like weathered leather, his eyes piercing in their intensity. "We cannot keep this up for long, unless we feed," he said, his voice a rasping whisper. "I need the blood of the living. I will only take what I need. It's your only hope of survival, and it will not kill you." The group exchanged wary glances, fear and confusion written on their faces. After a tense moment, Maya stepped forward, her expression resolute. "Do what you must," she said. The vampire fed quickly, only taking enough to sustain his strength. He then rejoined the fray, moving back into the sea of undead. Another shadow appeared, this time a woman, old and haggard. "Quickly," she urged. "I need blood, or we all die." Tom stepped forward, without hesitation, offering himself for the sacrifice. Minutes passed, an eternity to the besieged group. Then, the two vampires materialized again. "We have cleared a path," the old man announced. "You need to move now." With no time to question or ponder this strange turn of events, the group followed the direction indicated by the vampires. They ran through the opening, dodging the fallen undead, their minds racing with a mix of fear, relief, and disbelief. Miraculously, they made it out of the city and began the long journey back to camp. The night was filled with their hushed, urgent discussions about what had transpired. Questions abounded, but answers were scarce. Who were these mysterious saviors? And what did this new, strange alliance mean for the future of humanity? As they arrived back at camp, the first light of dawn was breaking. They were met with looks of shock and relief from their fellow survivors. Exhausted but alive, they knew that their world had changed forever. The battle against the undead had taken an unexpected turn, and now the fight for survival had evolved into something entirely new and uncharted. Chapter 5: Alliance of Shadows. The campfire crackled softly as the group recounted the harrowing events in the city. Their fellow survivors listened in disbelief, the tale sounding more like a myth than reality. Just as Alex finished describing their unlikely rescue, the two shadowy figures from the city materialized within the camp, causing a stir of panic and awe. "Do not be alarmed," the old man spoke, his voice resonant yet calming. "We mean you no harm. Times have changed. We, who have lurked in the shadows for an eternity, must now step into the light. Your world is doomed, and with it, so is ours. Though we feed on your kind, there is no longer enough of you left for us to subsist on. Therefore, we offer an alliance in exchange for payment." The camp erupted into a cacophony of reactions: shock, fear, disbelief. Elena, trying to maintain order, addressed the beings. "You talk of vampires, like in the storybooks?" she asked incredulously. "We do not like to be called vampires. That is your name for our kin. We are simply elder beings," the old woman explained, her voice weary with age. "We have lived for an eternity, and we do not wish to die now, due to these shambling undead. Questions poured forth from the group. How can you help us? Why didn't you come sooner? Where have you been hiding? Are there more of you? Can you save us? The elder beings listened patiently. Then the old man spoke. We have powers that you cannot fathom, abilities honed over centuries. We chose isolation, for your kind has always feared and hunted us. We remained hidden, watching the world change. But now, we face extinction, just as you do. The woman added, Our numbers are few, but we are powerful. We can help protect you, guide you to safer grounds, even fight alongside you. But our strength wanes without sustenance. We need your blood, but we vow only to take what is necessary and no more. The camp was silent, processing to this unimaginable proposition. Alex finally spoke up. If we do this, if we agree to this alliance, what happens next? How do we coexist? The elder beings exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. We must work together, the old man said. Our survival now depends on each other. We will share our knowledge, our strength. Together, we can find a way to turn the tide against the undead. As the fire burned low, the group deliberated. The proposition was frightening, but the alternative was certain doom. Slowly, a consensus formed. This alliance, unnatural and fraught with danger, was their best chance at survival. The night ended with a tentative agreement, a pact forged between the living and the ancient beings. As dawn approached, a new chapter in their struggle for survival began, filled with uncertainty, but also a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Chapter 6. The Elder's Dilemma. Before the world succumbed to the undead, the elder beings existed on the fringes of human society, shrouded in secrecy. They were far from the storybook vampires glamorized in films and literature. These creatures were parasitic, reliant on the blood of the living to sustain their prolonged shadowy existence. The chapter opens in a time before the outbreak, in a dimly lit underground haven. Here, the elder beings resided, their appearance starkly contrasting the popular image of vampires. They were old, weathered, their skin like dried parchment, stretched over brittle bones. Their eyes, though ageless, carried a tiredness that spoke of centuries lived in the shadows. They could not pass for humans. They looked too sickly, too aged. As the zombie outbreak began, the elders watched from their hidden sanctuaries with growing concern. Initially, they saw the chaos as a mere curiosity, a temporary disruption in the world above. But as cities fell and humanity dwindled, they realized the gravity of the situation. Their food supply was vanishing. The elders had one advantage. They could walk among the undead undetected, as they too were devoid of life in the traditional sense. But this offered little solace. They could not feed on the dead, and opportunities to feed from the living became increasingly scarce. In the depths of their lair, the elders convened, a gathering that hadn't occurred for many decades. They debated their course of action, their voices echoing in the cold, stone chamber. The reality was clear. Without the living, their existence was threatened. An ancient, wizened figure among them, known as the Sage, spoke. We must adapt, or we perish. The living are our salvation as much as we are theirs. Our survival now intertwines with theirs in a way we never anticipated. A plan began to take shape, one of mutual survival. They would emerge from the shadows, offer their strength and knowledge in exchange for sustenance. It was a desperate measure, a gamble that went against centuries of secrecy and isolation. But desperate times called for desperate measures. As the chapter closes, The Elders, once rulers of the night, now faced a new reality. Their age-old existence was upended, forcing them into an uneasy alliance with their prey. This was a new era, one where the line between predator and protector blurred, and survival hinged on the fragile bond between the living and those who had lived too long. Chapter 7. The Unholy Pact. Back at the camp, after much deliberation and with a sense of grave necessity, the group agreed to align with the Elder Beings. The two representatives of the Elders, now identified as Varric and Alara, nodded in acceptance. "Excellent," Varric responded with a gravelly voice. "There are 5 of us, 5 Elders. Each will require sustenance daily. Your camp, with over 20 survivors, can sustain this with ease. We shall begin to clear the city. It is exhausting work, so please uphold your end of the bargain. We will also search for survivors and bring them here." The scene shifted to an uneasy but necessary act of survival. The survivors lined up, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve. One by one, they approached the Elders to fulfill their part of the pact. As Varric and Alara fed, it was an uncomfortable, almost macabre scene. They drank not with the grace or elegance often depicted in lore, but like parasites, urgently and with a primal need. The act was quick, each Elder taking only what was necessary, yet it left a palpable tension in the air. With their strength renewed, the 5 Elders, Varric, Alara, the Sage, and 2 others, named Rhys and Morella, ventured into the city at dusk. Their ability to move in shadow form was remarkable, allowing them to traverse the undead-infested streets with supernatural speed. As they passed through the hordes of undead, their shadow forms proved lethal. The explanation lay in the nature of their existence. As beings that straddled the line between life and death, their shadows were anathema to the undead. Their mere presence disrupted the unnatural force animating the zombies, causing them to collapse, lifeless. It was as if the shadows of the Elders contained a purifying element, an antithesis to the corruption that fueled the undead. The chapter vividly described the Elders' assault. With swift, fluid movements, they weaved through the undead, their forms blurring into the night. Each pass left swathes of the undead falling, creating a path of destruction through the once teeming city. As the Elders worked tirelessly, their efforts bore fruit. The streets gradually cleared, making the city less perilous. The survivors in the camp watched from afar, a mix of awe and apprehension in their eyes. The pact with the Elders, though unsettling, offered a glimmer of hope, a chance to reclaim their world from the clutches of the undead. The chapter concluded with the camp settling into an uneasy routine, the daily exchanges between the Elders and the survivors becoming a grim part of their new reality. In this bleak world, the line between savior and parasite blurred, and survival hinged on the uneasy alliance between the living and those who had defied death for centuries. Chapter 8. Tenuous Harmony. As the days passed, the camp began to witness an unexpected transformation. Strangers, weary and grateful, started arriving, each recounting how the Elders had found and saved them from the undead-ridden wastelands. With these new arrivals, the camp's numbers bolstered, infusing a renewed sense of vigor and purpose among the survivors. Life in the camp gradually took on a semblance of normalcy, as humans worked together to create sustainable food sources and secure fresh water supplies. The presence of the Elders, though still a source of unease, began to feel less ominous as they exchanged knowledge that proved invaluable. They shared ancient methods of healing, using natural remedies and innovative techniques for agriculture that could thrive in this blighted world. The camp's defenses improved, becoming more robust and secure. For the first time since the outbreak, a sense of hope rekindled in the hearts of the survivors. Laughter and conversation, once rare commodities, became more frequent around the campfire. Children, who had grown accustomed to silence and fear, began to play in the camp's safer corners. However, beneath this burgeoning sense of community and progress, a current of dissent flowed. A small faction within the camp, led by a hardened man named Donovan, viewed the alliance with the Elders with growing resentment. They're just helping us, as they would help cattle. To them, we're nothing but food. Donovan whispered conspiratorially to his followers. Meetings were held in hushed tones under the cover of darkness, as this group planned to revolt against the camp leadership and the Elders. They saw the pact as a betrayal of humanity, a surrender to creatures that they believed saw them as mere sustenance. Donovan rallied his followers with impassioned speeches about freedom and the danger of becoming dependent on the Elders. As the chapter drew to a close, the camp, once a symbol of survival against all odds, stood on the brink of internal strife. The delicate balance achieved through the alliance with the Elders faced a threat not from the outside, but from within. Unbeknownst to the camp's leaders and the Elders, plans were being laid that could unravel the fragile peace and safety they had worked so hard to build. In the dead of night, Donovan and his followers sharpened their weapons and steeled their resolve, preparing to act on their convictions. The camp, asleep and unaware, was on the cusp of a conflict that could change the course of their survival and redefine the nature of their alliance with the Elder Being. Chapter 9. The Breaking Point. The nightly routine in the camp had become a familiar scene. Members of the now thriving community lined up to fulfill their part of the agreement with the Elders. Tensions, however, were simmering beneath the surface. As one member, a close ally of Donovan, stepped forward in line, he suddenly shouted, "I refuse to feed these parasites. We are nothing but cattle to them." His outburst sparked an immediate uproar in the camp. Some rallied to his side, echoing his sentiments, while others argued vehemently in defense of the Elders, reminding the dissenters of how they had been saved from certain doom. The camp was split into two factions, each side vehemently arguing their perspective. The air was thick with anger and fear, the situation teetering on the edge of violence. In the midst of the chaos, the Sage, the most venerable of the Elders, stepped forward. "Stop," he commanded, his voice resonating with an authority that quieted the crowd. "You are free to leave this place any time you wish, and you are free to end our agreement whenever you desire. It is a mutual, beneficial agreement. Yes, we need to feed, but you also hold our existence in your hands, as we hold yours. Without you, we will perish." The Sage continued, his words reflecting a philosophy of mutual benefit and trade. "Our alliance is not based on altruism or charity. It is a partnership where both parties gain something of value. This is the essence of a fair exchange, a principle that ensures survival and prosperity for both sides." Donovan stepped forward, his face twisted in anger. "I refuse to be treated as cattle," he spat. Before he could continue, Alex interrupted. "No, Donovan. What you want is to have your cake and everyone else's too. This mindset, the desire to take from those who produce and create stability, while adding nothing of value yourself, is why humanity failed. You want to gain power through the efforts of others, seeing it as your entitlement. That's not going to happen here. You are free to leave and face the world without the help of our allies, but don't bring your destructive ideas here." In a sudden, rash move, Donovan lunged at the Sage with a wooden stake, but to everyone's astonishment, The stake passed right through the elder, as if he were made of mist. "That only works in the storybooks," the sage said calmly. The group, now firmly against Donovan and his ideology, quickly restrained him. After a brief but intense discussion, Donovan and a few of his followers were expelled from the camp. As they disappeared into the night, a sense of resolution settled over the camp. The chapter closed on a somber note, the community understanding the fragile nature of their situation more than ever. They had chosen survival, cooperation, and the difficult path of working with the elders. In this new world, the old rules no longer applied, and survival meant adapting to the unimaginable. Chapter 10. The Piper's Revenge. In the shrouded darkness beyond the camp, Donovan plotted their vengeance. "They'll regret throwing us out," he hissed. "If I can't have peace, then neither will they." Time passed, and life in the community flourished. The survivors, under the guidance of the elders, strengthened their defenses and resources, creating a semblance of stability in the chaotic world. One sunny afternoon, a strange noise disrupted the calm. "Sounds like an ice cream van," remarked one of the camp members, puzzled, but the whimsical sound was a stark contrast to the horror that approached. Far in the distance, a vast cloud of dust billowed towards the camp. At first glance, it looked like a massive black smoke, but as it drew nearer, the chilling truth became apparent. Thousands of undead, shuffling and kicking up the ground, forming a relentless tide of death. At the forefront was Donovan, holding a makeshift speaker that blared a high-pitched nursery rhyme tune, eerily out of place amidst the horror it heralded. "He's like the Pied Piper," observed another camp member, "but leading zombies instead of rats." Alex, sensing the imminent danger, sprang into action. "Man the defenses," he shouted. "The elders can't help us in the daytime. We're on our own." The camp quickly mobilized. Thanks to the knowledge shared by the elders, their defenses were robust, but whether they could withstand such a massive onslaught was uncertain. The walls and barricades, reinforced with every available resource, braced for impact. As the horde approached, the camp readied themselves for the battle. Archers took their positions, while others armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find. The tension was palpable, the waiting excruciating. The undead, drawn by the haunting melody, advanced relentlessly. The camp's defenders steeled themselves, knowing that their survival depended on holding out until nightfall, when the elders could join the fight. The chapter closed on a scene of impending doom, the camp facing its greatest challenge yet. As the undead drew closer, the melody of the nursery rhyme played on, a macabre soundtrack to the desperate struggle that awaited them. The fate of the camp, now hanging in the balance, would soon be decided in a clash between the living and the damned, with the shadow of betrayal looming over all. Chapter 11. The battle erupted with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the camp. A seemingly endless tide of undead crashed against the camp's defenses, each wave testing the resolve and resourcefulness of the survivors. Donovan, having unleashed his vengeful horde, vanished into the chaos, a satisfied smirk on his face as he disappeared into the shadows. His betrayal had brought the camp to the brink of annihilation, but he seemed indifferent to the fate of those he had once lived among. The survivors fought with desperate courage. Arrows whistled through the air, makeshift weapons clashed against rotting flesh, and cries of determination echoed above the groans of the undead. The fortifications, strengthened by the wisdom of the elders, held fast against the onslaught, but the horde was vast, their numbers seemingly inexhaustible. Alex, at the forefront of the defense, rallied the camp with shouts of encouragement. "We just need to hold until nightfall," he yelled, his voice a beacon of hope amidst the despair. His figure, silhouetted against the chaos, was a testament to human resilience. Amid the clatter and clash of the battle, a fellow survivor, her face smeared with soot and sweat, turned to Alex. "Will even the elders be able to stop this many?" she shouted, over the din of combat. Her question hung in the air, a stark reminder of the scale of their predicament. The chapter depicted a relentless struggle for survival. Every survivor, from the youngest to the oldest, fought with a fierce determination. They understood that this was not just a battle against the undead. It was a fight for the future of humanity, for the right to live in a world not ruled by darkness. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, the intensity of the battle reached its zenith. The camp, a small island of life amidst a sea of death, held on with dwindling strength and dwindling hope. The chapter closed with the survivors, battered and exhausted, bracing for the next wave of undead. In the fading light, they clung to the hope that the elders would emerge with the night, bringing with them the strength to turn the tide. But the question remained, would their combined forces be enough to overcome this seemingly endless horde? Chapter 12. The Ultimate Sacrifice. The camp's last line of defense crumbled under the relentless pressure of the undead. "The defenses are breached!" A cry of terror rang out as waves of mindless zombies stumbled into the heart of the camp. Panic and chaos ensued as the survivors fell back to a small, makeshift fortification, their faces etched with fear and desperation. As night enveloped the world, the elders awoke to the commotion. Sensing the dire situation, they rushed to aid the embattled camp. The survivors, huddled in their final stand, looked up to see the elders approach, their faces a mix of hope and dread. The sage, the eldest and wisest among them, surveyed the overwhelming scene. "We are too late," he murmured. "If the humans fall, we starve and fall with them. We cannot clear this many enemies. We are doomed unless..." With those words hanging in the air, the sage's shadow roared upwards into the night, then descended with supernatural speed, striking the ground in the midst of the camp. His shadow form erupted outward like a wave of sound, a dark energy sweeping through the undead. Each creature it touched collapsed, lifeless. The wave of shadow energy, harmless to the living, was an awe-inspiring sight, expanding outward and felling the zombie horde in its wake. "No!" Varric screamed, understanding the cost of this miraculous intervention. The humans of the camp, witnessing the impossible, cheered, their lives saved once again by the elders. But as the shadow wave dissipated, a tragic scene was revealed. The sage's lifeless body lay where he had landed. The elders gathered around him, their expressions a mixture of grief and respect. The sage had sacrificed his eternal life for the survival of not just the humans, but his fellow elders as well. He had known this was the only choice. Without his sacrifice, both humans and elders would have perished. Varric and the other elders turned to face the human survivors, their faces somber in the dim light. As the camp members gathered around the fallen sage, a silence fell over the crowd. Varric spoke, his voice carrying a weight of sorrow and wisdom. "This," Varric began, "shows the necessity of working together for mutual benefit. Our greatest elder has sacrificed his eternal life to save us all. Let us no longer question who benefits more in our alliance. Instead, let us focus on building the best version of life we can, together." The chapter closed on a somber yet hopeful note. The survivors, united in their grief for the sage, also felt a renewed sense of purpose. The sacrifice of the sage had not only saved them, but also solidified the bond between the humans and the elders. The path ahead was uncertain, but now More than ever, they understood the value of their alliance and the potential of what they could build together. Final chapter, Echoes of Vengeance. In a small clearing, surrounded by the remnants of a once flourishing world, Donovan sat brooding with two of his remaining followers. "Damn them!" he shouted, slamming his fist on the ground. "We need to come up with another way to get payback." As they plotted their revenge against the camp and the elders, a chilling noise pierced the silence of the night. Heavy breathing, a deep, guttural snarl, as if emanating from a savage beast, filled the air. They looked up, fear etching their faces, to see a terrifying sight. A massive wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing with a ferocious intensity. Before they had a chance to react, the beast was upon them. Their cries of terror and agony were swallowed by the vast emptiness of the wilderness, unheard by any living soul. The following day, a small group of undead, aimlessly wandering, stumbled upon the clearing where Donovan and his followers had met their gruesome fate. The scene was eerily quiet, devoid of life or a grim reminder of the world's harsh realities. As the undead shuffled through, they trampled over 4 sets of wolf tracks imprinted in the muddy ground. One set was noticeably larger than the others, suggesting the presence of an alpha creature, a being of formidable strength and power. The final chapter concluded with a sense of poetic justice. Donovan's quest for revenge had led to his undoing, a reminder that in a world overrun by darkness and death, the true monsters weren't always the undead or the supernatural beings of lore. Sometimes, the greatest danger lay in the hearts of men. The story of Crimson Dawn closed with the world still in the grip of apocalypse, but with a glimmer of hope. The alliance between the survivors and the elders, forged in necessity and sacrifice, stood as a testament to the resilience of life and the potential for unlikely bonds to form even in the direst of times. Thank you for joining me on this chilling journey. If your thirst for the unknown and the unexplained is still unquenched, I invite you to delve deeper into the abyss of terror. Just beyond the veil of reality, another story awaits to send shivers down your spine. Dare to join me in the next video, where the unknown becomes known and the unseen seen. Until then, keep the lights dim and your mind open. This is Professor Shadow, signing off. In Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf, a world ravaged by the undead faces a new, terrifying threat. An alpha werewolf, commanding an army of undead hybrids, unleashes a reign of terror, transforming humans into its own kind. Amidst the chaos, Captain Sarah Knox and a band of survivors fight desperately for a glimmer of hope. Rumors of a safe haven where vampires protect humans spark a perilous journey in search of sanctuary. As alliances shift and enemies grow stronger, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Dive into this gripping saga where survival hangs in the balance, and the line between savior and destroyer blurs in the shadow of the Alpha's howl. Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf, a tale of resilience, terror, and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. Chapter 1, The Mutation. The final stand at the camp was a scene of desperation and chaos. As the undead swarmed over the last defenses, the sage, the eldest and wisest of the ancient beings, made a fateful decision. His form expanded into a massive shadow, soaring upwards before crashing back to Earth with a force that rippled through the night. As the shadow wave surged outward, every undead it touched fell lifeless, their corrupt animation extinguished. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the camp, a lone werewolf, a remnant of another age, fought fiercely against the undead horde. Its form was a terrifying spectacle, massive and feral, yet it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. As it fought, the werewolf suffered numerous bites, its body beginning to undergo a horrific transformation, a merging of the undead curse with its own primal nature. Just as the werewolf started to succumb to the zombie virus, the sage's sacrificial shadow wave reached the outskirts. The dark energy, designed to purge the undead curse, swept over the battlefield. When it collided with the transforming werewolf, an unforeseen reaction occurred. The shadow energy, instead of purging the virus, disrupted the transformation process, creating something entirely new, a mutant undead werewolf. Its body, caught between states, became a grotesque fusion of zombie and beast. The creature's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as it rose, larger and more menacing than before. With a guttural, otherworldly howl that echoed through the night, the zombie werewolf stood as a testament to the unintended consequences of the sage's sacrifice. The shadow energy, meant to be a final act of salvation, had inadvertently given birth to a new kind of horror. As the survivors gathered around the fallen sage, mourning their savior, they remained unaware of the new creature birthed at the edge of their sanctuary. The chapter closed with the zombie werewolf disappearing into the dark, its howl a chilling portent of the dangers still lurking in the world. Chapter 2, The Alpha's Call. The hybrid werewolf, a monstrous amalgamation of undead and beast, roamed the devastated landscape. Its new form rendered it immune to the undead's attacks, a lone predator in a world overrun by zombies. As it traveled through the decaying remnants of civilization, it encountered a group of the undead. The ensuing battle was swift and brutal. The hybrid moved with a ferocity that was unmatched, tearing through the zombies with ease. Its bites were lethal, yet it remained unaffected by the virus, a unique creature in this apocalyptic world. As the hybrid continued its aimless wander, it stumbled upon a sight that stopped it in its tracks. In a clearing stood the original werewolf, an alpha, massive and imposing, its presence exuding power and authority. Accompanying the alpha were 3 smaller werewolves, each formidable in their own right. The alpha, with piercing eyes and an aura of ancient wisdom, regarded the hybrid with a curious intensity. It was a creature of intelligence and instinct, fierce and terrifying in its majesty. The hybrid, sensing the significance of this encounter, felt an inexplicable bond forming. The alpha werewolf represented the origin of its cursed bloodline, a connection that ran deep through every werewolf. As the alpha approached, the hybrid felt a surge of recognition and reverence. It bowed its head in servitude, acknowledging the alpha as its leader. The alpha, accepting this gesture, let out a low, commanding howl, a call that resonated with primal authority. The chapter concluded with the 5 werewolves, the alpha, its companions, and the newly inducted hybrid uniting as a pack. With a newfound sense of purpose, they raced off into the night, their forms blending into the shadows. The howls of the pack echoed across the land, a haunting melody that signaled the rise of a new force. In the world of Crimson Dawn, rise of the Shadow Wolf. This unlikely union of beast and undead heralded a new chapter in the saga, where the lines between hunter and hunted were forever blurred. Chapter 3, The Impenetrable Sanctuary. Miles from the roaming paths of the hybrid werewolf, nestled in a valley surrounded by steep hills, lay a well-fortified human camp. This sanctuary, known as Haven, was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience in the face of the apocalypse. As a group of zombies shuffled towards its walls, the defenders dispatched them with practiced ease, their defenses holding strong against the relentless tide of the undead. The main characters of Haven were a diverse group, each with their own story of survival and loss. There was Captain Sarah Knox, the leader of the camp, known for her strategic mind and unwavering determination. Beside her stood Dr. Liam Chen, the camp's medical expert, whose knowledge of science and medicine had been crucial in fortifying their defenses. Maya, a young engineer, was the creative genius behind many of the camp's innovative protective measures. As they watched the defeated zombies from the safety of their walls, Sarah remarked, "I've heard rumors of a group of survivors who allied with vampires. They say those creatures can easily kill the undead." Maya nodded, her eyes thoughtful. Having allies like that wouldn't hurt, she mused. But look at what we've built here. Our sanctuary is impenetrable. Dr. Chen chimed in, explaining the details of their defenses. Our walls are reinforced with steel and concrete, standing 12 feet high, with electrified barriers at the top. We have watchtowers at strategic points, equipped with long-range weapons. The only entry is through a heavily guarded gate with multiple security checks. The surrounding area is cleared, Sarah added. No trees or high structures that could be used to gain access. We've dug deep trenches filled with spikes and traps. Motion sensors and surveillance cameras cover every possible approach. It's not just the physical barriers. We've created a multi-layered defense system. As the chapter concluded, the inhabitants of Haven went about their daily routines, secure in the knowledge that the camp was a bastion of safety in a world overrun by the undead. The rumors of the Vampire Alliance lingered in their conversations, a curious blend of skepticism and intrigue. Yet, as night fell over Haven, its people rested easy, confident in the strength of their fortress, unaware of the new, unforeseen threats that roamed the world outside their impenetrable walls. Chapter 4. The Howl and the Horde. The tranquility of Haven was abruptly shattered when a lookout shouted an urgent warning. "Incoming attack! Look there on the hill!" The scene shifted to a pack of wolves in the distance, silhouetted against the hillside. There were approximately 10 of them, an ominous sight against the setting sun. Through binoculars, the Haven guards noticed something unsettling. The wolves stood on two legs, their postures eerily humanoid. One, significantly larger and more imposing, dominated the pack. The others, though fearsome, bore the grotesque marks of decay, a chilling blend of werewolf and zombie. Captain Sarah Knox approached the lookout, taking the binoculars to see for herself. As she watched, the wolf pack began advancing toward Haven. Just then, a small horde of zombies, drawn by the commotion, appeared in the pack's path. "This should be interesting," she muttered, expecting a clash between the two monstrous forces. However, what unfolded next defied their expectations. The hybrid werewolves, seemingly unnoticed by the undead, launched into a vicious assault. They moved with terrifying efficiency, their claws and teeth rending through the zombie horde. The sight of the undead werewolves tearing through their zombie counterparts was both horrific and mesmerizing. Within minutes, the entire horde lay decimated, the ground littered with lifeless bodies. The alpha werewolf let out a victorious howl, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of Haven's defenders. Amidst the carnage, two of the fallen zombies began to convulse violently. Their bodies, recently infected with the virus and still coursing with the lycanthropic curse, underwent a grotesque transformation, reshaping into new, undead werewolf hybrids. The chapter delved into the explanation behind this selective transformation. Out of the numerous undead cut down and bitten, only these two had the unique combination of a recent zombie infection and the lingering werewolf curse in their veins. The contact with the undead werewolf's infectious essence acted as a catalyst, igniting the latent lycanthropic curse and giving rise to two new monstrosities. As the chapter concluded, the defenders of Haven watched in stunned silence, realizing that the threat they faced had evolved into something far more dangerous and unpredictable. The sight of the newly transformed undead werewolves joining the pack sent a clear message. The rules of survival in this apocalyptic world were changing, and new, terrifying creatures were emerging from the shadows. Chapter 5. The Siege of Haven. Panic seized Haven as the reality of their new threat sank in. Members of the camp, their faces etched with terror, turned to Captain Sarah Knox. "What are we going to do?" they cried. "Those things are unstoppable." From the lookout point, a guard's voice cut through the chaos. "They're leaving," he shouted. The defenders watched, tense and alert, as the wolf pack, now bolstered by two more undead werewolves, disappeared behind the hill. Maya, the camp's engineer, stepped forward with determination. "We need to reinforce our defenses. What can kill a werewolf? Silver, right? Do we have any?" "No," Sarah responded grimly. "Then we need to seriously reinforce the camp. It's already impenetrable to zombies. We need to make it the same for those things." The camp sprang into action, working fervently to strengthen their defenses. Hours later, the guard's voice once again rang out in alarm. "They're back!" The pack was visible again on the hill, but this time the Alpha began to approach Haven alone, its massive form exuding menace and power. The rest of the pack remained stationary on the hill. The Alpha's presence sent waves of fear through the camp. It was a terrifying sight, huge, muscular, with sharp claws and teeth, and an aura of pure evil. As it stood before Haven's gates, the Alpha let out a bone-chilling howl. "Hit it with everything we've got," Captain Knox ordered. The camp unleashed a barrage of gunfire and explosives, but the beast seemed unaffected. "Impossible!" they exclaimed in disbelief. Unhindered, the Alpha began to tear through the defenses, shredding through metal and concrete as if they were paper. In no time, it was inside the camp, wreaking havoc. Anyone who crossed its path was mercilessly killed, only to rise again moments later as newly turned werewolves, the lycanthropic curse transforming them. In the midst of the carnage, Captain Knox and a handful of survivors took a last stand against the beast and its rapidly growing pack. Death seemed certain as they faced the unstoppable force, but then, inexplicably, the Alpha ceased its assault. With a commanding howl, it led its newly transformed pack, now numbering over 50, back towards the hill to join the rest of the pack. The chapter ended with the survivors of Haven in stunned silence, surrounded by the remnants of their once impregnable sanctuary. The night echoed with the distant howls of the retreating werewolves, a haunting reminder of the new, formidable enemy that had risen from the shadows. The world of Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf, had evolved into something far more perilous, where even the strongest defenses could fall before the might of the shadow-infused lycanthropes. Chapter 6. The Twisted Transformation. On the desolate hill, under the cold gaze of the moon, the newly transformed werewolves gathered. The Alpha, towering above them all, emitted a low growl, a command that resonated with an ancient, primal authority. The pack responded, the freshly turned werewolves instinctively lining up in an eerie formation. As they stood, the undead werewolf hybrids, creatures of a grotesque fusion of decay and primal ferocity, advanced towards the line. Their movements were disjointed yet purposeful, their eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger. One by one, they approached the newly turned werewolves, each encounter a harrowing spectacle. The scene that unfolded was one of chilling transformation. The undead werewolves sank their decayed teeth into the flesh of the new werewolves. Their bites were deliberate, a corrupting infusion that spread through the victims' bodies. The freshly turned werewolves convulsed violently, their howls of agony piercing the night as they fell to the ground. The ground became a tableau of transformation. The bodies of the fallen werewolves writhed as if in the throes of a nightmarish metamorphosis. Their muscles contorted, bones cracked and reformed, fur melded with decaying flesh. The air was filled with the sounds of snapping sinews and the sickened squelch of mutating flesh. One by one, they rose again, their forms now twisted into the abomination of the undead werewolf hybrids. Their eyes, once bright with newfound lycanthropic power, now glowed with a sinister, deathly light. They were no longer creatures of the night. They were monstrosities born of shadow and decay, an unholy union of the undead curse and the werewolf's curse. The Alpha watched the entire process with an unfathomable expression, its presence exuding a cold, commanding aura. This ritualistic transformation was more than a mere turning. It was an initiation into a new, terrifying existence. As the chapter closed, the hill was silent, save for the low growls and snarls of the undead werewolf hybrids. They stood, a formidable pack united under the Alpha's dominion, a new terror unleashed upon the world. In the darkness, their combined howls echoed, a sinister symphony that foretold a new era of horror in the unfolding saga. Days after the chilling transformation on the hill, a vast and unending horde of the undead moved across the countryside. It was a mindless sea of decay, swelling in numbers as it shuffled through the ravaged lands. This relentless tide of zombies, too numerous to count, mindlessly advanced, driven by their ceaseless hunger. Anything that caught their attention was inevitably consumed by their overwhelming mass. In their path stood a formidable assembly of undead werewolves, approximately 60 in number, under the command of the imposing Alpha. With a fierce snarl, a command more felt than heard, the Alpha signaled the undead wolves to engage the massive horde. The Alpha observed as his pack launched into the fray. The scene that unfolded was a macabre spectacle of destruction. The undead werewolves tore through the zombie horde with savage efficiency, their strength and ferocity far surpassing the shambling undead. It was a violent, chaotic clash, akin to a mighty wave eroding the shore, as the zombies fell one after another to the raw power of the undead werewolves. Hours of relentless carnage later, the once formidable horde lay decimated, a landscape of dismembered and lifeless bodies. Yet, unlike previous encounters, no new hybrids rose from the fallen. The lycanthropic curse, it seemed, had run its course in the transformed zombies. The Alpha surveyed the scene with a glimmer of anger in its malevolent eyes. The Alpha's purpose was singular: to grow its pack by any means necessary. With the realization that the undead could no longer be turned into werewolf hybrids, the Alpha's focus shifted. Human camps, once mere survivors in this apocalypse, now represented the only means to bolster its ranks. With a menacing howl that reverberated through the bones of the undead werewolves, the Alpha commanded its pack to disperse, to scour the land for humans. The werewolves moved out, each taking a different direction, their forms blending into the night as they embarked on their grim search. The chapter closed with the Alpha standing alone on the battlefield, its howl echoing into the distance, a chilling declaration of its intent. The story of Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf, took a darker turn, the fate of humanity now hanging in the balance as the Alpha sought to expand its nightmarish legion. Chapter 7. The Island Refuge and the Unlikely Savior. In a serene contrast to the chaos of the mainland, a small group of survivors had found solace on a secluded island in the middle of a tranquil lake. They had constructed a humble but efficient refuge, complete with fishing traps, a small farm, and a makeshift ferry for quick trips to the mainland. This oasis of safety stood as a testament to human adaptability and resilience. Two members of this island sanctuary, Jake and Elise, embarked on a scavenging mission to a nearby town. They navigated through the deserted streets, entering a local chemist and various stores in search of medicine and additional supplies. As they moved through the aisles of a grocery store, Elise accidentally knocked over a display, the clatter echoing through the silent town like a beacon to the undead. Within moments, a large group of zombies, drawn by the noise, converged on their location. Jake and Elise hurried into a nearby building, barricading saw the door behind them. The undead banged against the barrier, their relentless moans filling the air. The door began to splinter under the assault, the situation growing increasingly desperate. Suddenly, a chilling howl cut through the noise. Peering out through a crack in the barricade, Jake and Elise witnessed an unbelievable sight. An undead werewolf, its form both majestic and horrifying, was attacking the zombies. It moved with lethal grace, each swipe of its claws and bite of its teeth, bringing down one undead after another. After a brief but intense skirmish, the werewolf had cleared the area of zombies. It then turned its attention to the building where Jake and Elise were hiding. With little effort, it pried open the weakened door. The survivors braced themselves for the end. Unexpectedly, the werewolf snarled and backed away, allowing them a path to escape. In a mix of shock and relief, Jake and Elise seized the opportunity, rushing back to their ferry and returning to the safety of their island. Once back, they recounted their harrowing experience to the others. "It saved our lives," Elise said in disbelief. "That creature was our savior." Meanwhile, from the shores of the mainland, the eyes of the undead werewolf that had saved them surveyed the island refuge. Its gaze lingered for a moment before it turned and disappeared into the wilderness, heading back to report to the Alpha. The chapter closed on a note of unease and mystery. The actions of the undead werewolf had saved Jake and Elise, but the motive behind this mercy remained unknown. The survivors on the island were left to wonder about the true nature of these fearsome creatures and what the future might hold for their small haven in a world overrun by shadows. Chapter 8. Unlikely allies and diverging beliefs. Days had passed since the undead werewolves began their reconnaissance missions. One by one, they returned to the Alpha werewolf, their silent gestures communicating the discovery of human encampments. The Alpha, its features exuding a sense of grim contentment, readied itself for an imminent assault on the human survivors. Across the calm waters of the lake, a voice shattered the peace of the island refuge. "Hello," shouted Captain Sarah Knox, standing at the water's edge with Maya and two other survivors from Haven. "We need help," they called out desperately. The islanders peered across the lake, wary and cautious. "Who are you? Are you infected?" they called back. "No, but we need help," replied Captain Knox. After a moment of deliberation, two islanders set off on the ferry to meet the newcomers. On the shore, the islanders met Captain Knox and her group. The captain quickly explained their dire situation. Their camp had been overrun by an alpha werewolf and its pack. The islanders examined them carefully, for any signs of infection before inviting them onto the ferry to discuss further. Once on the island, Jake and Elise shared their extraordinary encounter with the undead werewolf that had saved them from certain death. "We're sure they're friendly," Elise said, recalling the werewolf's unexpected mercy. Captain Knox interjected with a starkly different perspective. "There's an alpha," she explained, "one that's turning humans into part of its pack. It's not friendly, it's amassing an army." The revelation sparked a wave of fear and confusion among the islanders. Some were inclined to believe Jake and Elise's account of the werewolf's unexpected benevolence, clinging to the hope that these creatures could be allies. Others, however, were swayed by Captain Knox's warning of the Alpha's sinister intentions, feeling the threat of an impending attack. The island, once a haven of safety and unity, was now divided by differing beliefs. While some saw the werewolves as potential saviors, others viewed them as a looming threat to their existence. The chapter closed on a tense note, with the island community grappling with this newfound uncertainty and the question of whom to trust in a world where friend and foe were no longer clearly defined. Chapter 9. The Alpha's Assault. In the main cabin of the island refuge, Captain Sarah Knox sat in deep conversation with the island's leader, a resourceful woman named Rebecca. They discussed the swirling rumors of a distant settlement, rumored to be shielded by powerful vampires, possessing advanced defenses and weaponry. Perhaps they could offer help, Rebecca pondered, skepticism in her voice. But it might only be a myth. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by a howl, deep and resonating, emanating from the lakeside. They rushed outside, along with the other islanders, to see the shore swarming with undead werewolves. Among them, a figure stood out starkly, the Alpha, its towering form exuding raw power, ancient malevolence etched into every line of its body. "That's the one," Captain Knox whispered, a mix of fear and recognition in her eyes. "The werewolf that destroyed Haven." The Alpha began its approach towards the island, walking with eerie calmness across the lakebed, its form emerging ominously from the water onto the island's shore. Panic erupted among the islanders as they scrambled to defend their haven. The ensuing battle was a desperate struggle for survival. The islanders fought valiantly against the Alpha, but their efforts were futile against such an unstoppable force. It rampaged through the refuge, its claws and teeth rending through any defense put in its path. Amidst the chaos, Captain Knox, realizing the futility of their fight, made a silent decision. She, along with Maya and another companion, slipped away, swimming quietly from the back of the island. Behind them, the sounds of destruction and terror continued to escalate. As they swam further away, they dared to look back. The island that had once been a symbol of hope and safety was now engulfed in flames, its inhabitants transformed into werewolves under the Alpha's curse. The Alpha itself stood amidst the destruction, a conqueror watching over its new domain. Captain Knox and her companions swam on in silence, each stroke taking them further away from the nightmare behind them. The chapter closed with the haunting image of the Alpha werewolf, its howls echoing across the lake, proclaiming the fall of another bastion of humanity. The survivors faced a stark reality. In this new world, dominated by shadows and terror, nowhere was truly safe. Chapter 10. The Quest for Sanctuary. Exhausted and grief-stricken, Captain Sarah Knox and her small group reached the safety of a distant shoreline. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the horror of the island's fall still vivid in their minds. As they sat, regaining their strength, Captain Knox's resolve hardened. "We have to find this camp, this community protected by vampires," she asserted, her voice tinged with a mix of desperation and determination. It truly is our only hope of survival. The scene shifted to the rumored sanctuary, a place where the reality seemed as unbelievable as the tales that surrounded it. The camp, nestled in a secluded valley, was a haven where humans and vampires coexisted. The elders, ancient, enigmatic vampires, watched over the human survivors with an air of solemn responsibility. In this unique community, an atmosphere of cautious harmony prevailed. Humans went about their daily tasks under the protective gaze of the elders, who in turn maintained a vigilant watch against external threats. The Alliance, born out of necessity in a world overrun by darkness, stood as a beacon of hope in a landscape ravaged by fear and despair. As the chapter and the story drew to a close, the focus returned to Captain Knox and her companions. They set off on their journey, a quest fueled by the faint hope of finding refuge in a world where humanity was relentlessly hunted. Their path was uncertain, and the dangers they would face unknown, but their determination to survive burned brightly against the backdrop of a world consumed by shadows. The final words of the chapter hinted at the continuation of this harrowing tale. Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf, would return, promising more twists and turns in a saga where the lines between savior and destroyer, human and monster, were forever blurred. End of Part 1, Crimson Dawn, Rise of the Shadow Wolf. Part 2, coming soon. In Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, a world teetering on the edge of oblivion faces new, formidable threats. As humans and their vampire allies fortify their defenses with silver, a sinister evolution unfolds. Undead werewolves, immune to shadow powers, prowl the land, led by a powerful alpha. Meanwhile, in the shadows, an intelligent zombie, a master of necromantic sciences, crafts grotesque, undead abominations, heralding a new era of horror. Three factions converge in an imminent clash of wills and strengths, where survival is the ultimate prize. Dive into this chilling saga, where alliances are tested, enemies evolve, and the fight for existence becomes more desperate than ever. Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising. A tale of resilience, terror, and the unyielding fight against the darkness. Chapter 1, The Shadow and the Wolf. In the secure vampire-protected camp, a sense of cautious prosperity had begun to take root. Survivors worked alongside their unlikely protectors, crafting a semblance of normalcy in a world that had long forgotten the meaning of the word. Alex, now a prominent figure in the camp, engaged in a deep conversation with Varric and Alara, two of the elder vampires. Their discussion centered around unsettling rumors brought by new arrivals, tales of a new breed of werewolf, immune to the zombie virus, terrorizing the remnants of humanity. Alex listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. "What do you know about these creatures?" he asked. Varric, his ageless eyes reflecting centuries of knowledge, spoke with a tone of caution. "In the past, many an elder has fallen to a Lycan. They are ferocious, driven by an instinct of pure rage. We generally avoid them. Our shadow forms have never affected Lycans. In physical form, they could easily tear us apart." Alara added, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But we have no idea about undead Lycans. Perhaps our shadow form might affect them, or it could potentially strengthen them. It's a risk we haven't faced before. The camp, despite these alarming discussions, continued to thrive under the protection of the elders. New arrivals came daily, each bringing skills, stories, and sometimes warnings. The community expanded, building more shelters, organizing food supplies, and strengthening their defenses. Among the newcomers, a singular message echoed fear of an alpha wolf, leading an army of undead werewolves. It was said to be an unstoppable force, leaving only destruction in its wake. As the chapter concluded, the camp settled into the night, a community bonded by survival against the darkness outside. The elders, vigilant and watchful, pondered the implications of this new threat. The tale of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, had begun, promising a struggle not only against the undead, but against a force of nature that was both ancient and terrifyingly new. Chapter 2. Preparing for the unknown. In the vampire-protected camp, months had passed without a single zombie attack, a development that was welcomed with cautious optimism. The dwindling signs of the virus gave the survivors a much-needed opportunity to strengthen their community. The camp had transformed into a self-sufficient haven. Fields of crops spread across what used to be barren land, an efficient irrigation system keeping them watered. Hot water systems were rigged up, and electric generators hummed in the background, a sign of the progress they had made. With farms, renewable energy sources, and reinforced defenses, the camp was a beacon of hope in the post-apocalyptic wilderness. Elena, the camp leader, was in deep conversation with Alex about plans for expansion when a sudden commotion interrupted them. Rushing to the source, they found a scout group that had just returned from a neighboring city. The scouts' faces were etched with fear. "We saw something terrifying," one scout reported breathlessly. 3 wolf-like creatures, their skin hanging off as if dead, but they were moving, prowling. "It's just a 2-day walk from here." Gathering with the elders, they relayed the scouts' findings. There was an air of grim determination as they discussed potential defenses against werewolves. "We have ways to stop ordinary lichens," Varric said, "but we're unsure about these undead variants." 2 of the elders, Morella and Reese, left and returned hours later with a large, ancient chest. With a dramatic thud, they placed it on the ground. The chest burst open, spilling a hoard of silver coins. "We can smelt these," Elara suggested, "turning them into weapons and defenses, projectiles, spears, fortified barriers." The camp's engineer, a young woman named Lucy, stepped forward with ideas. "We can create silver-tipped arrows and bullets, maybe even coat some of our walls and fences with silver." The camp sprang into action, fueled by the urgent need to prepare for a possible attack. Smelting stations were set up, and the once valuable coins were melted down and refashioned into various weapons and defense mechanisms. Lucy took charge of designing the new armaments, ensuring every piece had a touch of silver. As the chapter closed, the camp was a hive of activity, every survivor contributing to fortifying their sanctuary against the looming threat. The fear of the unknown hung heavily in the air, but so did a sense of unity and purpose. The story of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, was evolving into a tale of not just survival, but resilience and ingenuity in the face of the darkest threats. Chapter 3. In the desolate expanse of an abandoned city, 3 undead werewolves prowled the streets, their senses sharp and focused. They moved through the silent buildings and empty shopping centres with a predatory grace, their noses twitching as they followed a faint scent. The trail, however, soon became muddled, lost amidst a mass of undead bodies that littered the streets, their decaying scent overpowering any other trace. Suddenly, a distant howl pierced the stillness of the city, a call for assistance. The 3 undead werewolves, responding to the urgent summons, raced through the urban jungle. Their movements were swift and unhampered. The obstacles of the city, nothing more than mere nuisances in their path. As they neared the source of the howl, they came upon a ferocious scene. 5 of their undead kin were locked in battle against a horde of zombies. Normally, such a fight would be quickly won by the werewolves, but this time, something was different. The zombies fought back with unusual strength and resilience, indicating a disturbing development. One of the werewolf pack members, despite its undead nature, had been grievously injured, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight effectively. The zombies' relentless onslaught showed signs of evolution, a terrifying adaptation in their quest for survival. With the arrival of the 3 reinforcements, the tides of battle shifted. The combined strength of the 8 undead werewolves quickly overwhelmed the remaining zombies, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. As the last of the zombies fell, the pack united once more, resuming their search for human settlements. They re-entered the city, determined to pick up the scent trail they had lost. The chapter took a moment to delve into the implications of this new development. The zombie virus was mutating, giving rise to zombies that were stronger and alarmingly displaying signs of increased intelligence. This evolution suggested the potential for unique mutations, zombies that were not only more robust but also more cunning, posing an even greater threat to the survivors. As the undead werewolves disappeared into the shadows of the city, the chapter closed with a sense of foreboding. The world of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, was changing, the lines between predator and prey blurring further as each side adapted in their relentless struggle for survival. Chapter 4: The Siege of the Alpha's Kingdom. In a city now ruled by the undead, the Alpha Werewolf had established a dominion unlike any other. His kingdom, a conquered city, had been transformed into a fortress for his burgeoning pack. Hundreds of undead werewolves patrolled the streets, guarding every entrance with vigilant eyes. The pack, now a formidable force, welcomed back a scout party, leading a group of 12 human survivors from a distant camp. These unfortunate souls, captured and brought to the Alpha's kingdom, were presented before the towering, fearsome leader. As the humans pleaded for mercy, the Alpha moved among them with swift, merciless efficiency. With each bite, the humans collapsed, only to convulse violently and rise again as Lycans, the newest recruits to his expanding army. An undead werewolf approached, ready to initiate the transformation into undead hybrids, but the Alpha issued a primal snarl, a command to halt. These 12 would remain as pure Lycans, untouched by the curse of undeath. Just as a sense of calm settled over the kingdom, chaos erupted. The unthinkable happened. The Alpha's fortress was under attack. A large horde of zombies, led by 2 grotesquely mutated zombies, besieged the kingdom. These mutations were giants among their kind, wielding massive, makeshift weapons, their strikes crushing the undead werewolves beneath their immense power. The mutated zombies fought with a terrifying intelligence, commanding the hundreds of smaller, but equally mutated undead in a strategic assault. The Alpha, witnessing the threat, let out a thunderous roar. In response, the undead werewolves turned even more feral and bestial, their attacks reaching a frenzied, berserker-like intensity. A brutal, bloody battle ensued, with significant losses on both sides. Eventually, the sheer ferocity of the undead werewolves turned the tide, leading to their hard-fought victory. In the aftermath, the Alpha examined the remains of the 2 mutated zombies. Sniffing and inspecting the body parts, the Alpha seemed to contemplate the evolution of their enemy. The virus, it appeared, was undergoing a rapid mutation, accelerating thousands of years in evolutionary terms. It was adapting, becoming stronger and smarter, in a bid to avoid extinction. The Alpha stood amidst the battlefield, surrounded by the fallen. The world of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, was entering a new phase, where the virus itself was becoming a more formidable adversary, forcing every creature, undead or alive, to adapt or perish in this never-ending dance of survival. Chapter 5. Fortifications and Sacrifices. In the fortified camp, Elena and Alex, along with a group of camp members, surveyed their defenses with a sense of cautious pride. "These fortifications should hold up against any Lycan attack," Elena remarked, observing the reinforced walls and newly installed defense mechanisms. Varric and Alara joined them, bringing news that added a layer of gravity to the conversation. "The virus is evolving," Varric shared, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "All life, when facing extinction, will fight to survive. This evolution could give rise to larger, more dangerous undead." Alex let out a dry laugh. "Great. Undead werewolves and now mutated zombies. Just keeps getting better, doesn't it?" Alara nodded thoughtfully. "Our shadow energy remains effective against the virus, but its impact on Lycans is uncertain. It's almost like a game of rock, paper, scissors with these evolving threats." As night fell, the camp prepared for the feeding ritual, the necessary sacrifice for the Elders' protection. Camp members lined up, a mix of resignation and understanding on their faces. One by one, the Elders bit into their necks, drawing just enough blood to sustain them. The sight was unsettling, reminding everyone of the parasitic nature of this arrangement. Some had suggested blood donations or storing blood in cups to ease the discomfort of the process, but the Elders had explained the necessity of lifeblood drawn directly from a living, beating heart. "This is the price of our survival," Alara whispered, her eyes reflecting a somber acknowledgement of the grim reality. The chapter closed on a poignant note, highlighting the complex relationship between the camp members and the Elders. The camp, while growing and strengthening, was bound to the Elders by a bond that was both protective and parasitic. In the world of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, survival came at a cost, and every day was a reminder of the delicate balance between life and the shadow of death. Chapter 6. Arrival of the Wounded. At the camp's entrance, Captain Sarah Knox and her two companions stood weary but determined. After a thorough check for bites or any signs of the virus, they were allowed inside. Captain Knox and her companion, Emma, were quickly ushered to meet with the main members of the camp, and Varric. Captain Knox recounted the harrowing events at Haven and the island, detailing the futility of their defenses against the Alpha werewolf. "It was like facing a force of nature," she said, her voice heavy with the memory. "This Alpha werewolf, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. Its power was unnatural. Its strength left everything it touched in ruins." She explained how the undead werewolves seemed to act as scouts. Once they find a camp, it's not long before the Alpha arrives, and when he does, he's unstoppable. The camp leaders listened intently, their faces etched with concern. "We've reinforced the camp with silver spikes," Elena said, gesturing towards the fortifications. "And we've even developed a silver powder that lingers in the air. It should make contact with a Lycan without us having to get near them." Captain Knox looked intrigued. "I thought silver also affected vampires," she commented. Varric responded with a slight wry smile. "First off, we do not like being called vampires. We are simply Elders. And no, silver does not affect us. In fact, I am quite fond of it." As the chapter closed, A sense of mutual understanding and respect settled among the group. Despite the daunting threat posed by the alpha werewolf, the camp's innovative defenses and the elders' wisdom offered a glimmer of hope. Yet the question lingered. Would it be enough to withstand the ferocity of the alpha and its pack? The story of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, continued, with the survivors bracing for what may come, armed with knowledge, determination, and a newfound alliance. Chapter 7. The Ambush Plan. Urgency filled the air as scouts rushed back to camp with a critical report. A group of undead werewolves has been spotted, one scout announced, breathless from the haste. They're just minutes away, and it looks like they've picked up a trail. Elena, the camp leader, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. If they report back to the Alpha, we'll have a full-scale assault on our hands, she stated. We need to take out this group before they can return. The scouts confirmed there were 7 undead werewolves in the approaching party. The camp immediately sprang into action, gathering their specially crafted weapons. Silver arrows and the few silver bullets made from the remnants of their gunpowder supply were distributed among the fighters. Additionally, they readied silver dust grenades and shields with silver-coated spikes. We need to ambush them before they spot our camp, Elena instructed. If even one gets back to the Alpha, it's over for us. With the elders in their resting state, unable to assist until nightfall, the burden of the ambush fell on the human members of the camp. Alex, taking charge of the group, began to orchestrate the ambush. Captain Knox, driven by a desire for retribution, volunteered to join. I want some payback, she declared. Equipped and ready, the group, including Captain Knox, quietly made their way to the planned ambush spot. Tension was palpable as they set up their positions, lying in wait for the undead Lycans. The chapter closed on this scene of anticipation, the camp's fate hanging in the balance. They waited, weapons at the ready, for the imminent arrival of the undead werewolves. In Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, every moment was a fight for survival, and this ambush was a desperate attempt to tip the scales in their favor. Chapter 8. The Clash in the Woods. Concealed within the trees and positioned downwind, the ambush team held their breath as the undead werewolves neared their trap. Tense moments passed until the first glimpse of the ghastly pack came into view. Get ready, Alex whispered, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The werewolves moved cautiously, their noses twitching as they sniffed the air. One of them paused, seemingly catching a whiff of the hidden team. Now, Alex commanded. In unison, the team hurled their makeshift silver grenades. As the devices exploded upon impact, a cloud of fine silver particles burst into the air, enveloping the werewolves. The effect was immediate and devastating. The creatures writhed in excruciating pain, the silver dust burning their undead flesh. A flurry of silver-coated arrows and projectiles from slingshots followed, striking with deadly precision. 3 of the werewolves staggered and fell under the relentless assault. The remaining 4, despite their agony, lunged towards the source of the attack, driven by primal rage. The team raised their shields, bracing for impact. As the werewolves' claws struck the silver-laden barriers, they howled in pain, the metal searing their skin. Captain Knox, her determination unwavering, thrust a silver-tipped spear into one of the werewolves. Its cry of torment echoed through the woods before it collapsed. One by one, the rest of the werewolves met similar fates, but as the team neutralized the threat, one injured werewolf began to flee. Alex, with a steady hand, drew his bow and released an arrow in a perfect arc. The werewolf tumbled to the ground, ensuring that no survivors could report back to the Alpha. As the team regrouped, a sense of triumph mixed with relief, filled the air. "Well, we know Silver works, so we got an edge," Alex said, a hint of a smile on his face. Captain Knox looked back at the fallen werewolves, a sense of vindication in her eyes. "That felt good," she said. "This one's for all of Haven." The group made their way back to camp, their victory a reason for celebration. The camp greeted them with cheers, the success of the ambush providing a much-needed morale boost. As the chapter closed, the survivors shared stories and laughter around a bonfire, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they had an effective weapon against their formidable enemy. In Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, each small victory brought hope, and hope was the fuel that kept their fight for survival burning. Chapter 9, The Gathering Storm. As darkness enveloped the camp, Varric, the Elder, carefully examined the bodies of the fallen undead werewolves. His findings were of crucial importance. Returning to the camp leader, he shared his assessment. "It is my estimation that our shadow forms are ineffective against these undead lichens. I sense they are created through a similar shadow energy to our own, rendering them immune to our powers. We can assist you against the undead, but not these creatures." Alex and Elena, the camp leader, absorbed this news with a mix of disappointment and resolve. "Well, Silver seems to work well," Alex responded. "We'll devise new methods of defense using Silver. We'll be ready." Meanwhile, the wounded undead werewolf from the earlier battle against the zombies limped painfully among its fallen pack members. It gazed towards the camp from a distance before beginning its slow journey back to the Alpha's kingdom, carrying crucial information about the humans' defenses. Miles away, in a city overrun by the undead, a unique figure stood amidst the chaos. This zombie, evolved far beyond its kin, observed the decaying metropolis with an almost contemplative gaze. It retreated to its lair, a place of grotesque experiments and macabre creations. Inside the lair, various experiments bubbled and simmered. Creatures were sewn together to form larger, more formidable undead. Regular zombies were subjected to chemical processes, altering their appearance and intelligence. This evolved undead creature, possessing a level of intelligence previously unseen, operated with a knowledge akin to necromancy. It seemed to understand a different type of science and biology, manipulating life and death to its sinister will. As the chapter concluded, the stage was set for an epic encounter. 3 factions stood on the brink of a monumental clash. The humans, with their vampire allies, fortified and armed with Silver, the werewolves and their undead pack, led by the formidable Alpha. And now the zombies, evolving under the guidance of their intelligent, necromantic leader. The next chapter of Crimson Dawn, New Moon Rising, promised to be a collision of forces, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, in a battle that would shape the fate of this ravaged world. The epic tale was set to continue, with survival hanging in the balance for all. In Crimson Dawn, The Last Alchemist, a world ravaged by supernatural forces faces a new era of terror. Witness the rise of the necromancer, Dr. Stephen Lestat, a genius-turned-undead mastermind, as he commands an army of grotesque undead mutations against the fearsome alpha werewolf and its legion. Amidst this chaos, the Human-Vampire Alliance, armed with ancient knowledge and modern tactics, struggles to survive. Dive into a tale where science meets dark magic, where battles rage between reanimated abominations and undead beasts, and where the thin line between life and death is blurred. Crimson Dawn, The Last Alchemist, a gripping saga where every choice could either spell doom or offer a glimmer of hope in a world engulfed by the shadows of war. Chapter 1. The Necromancer's Experiment. In the ghostly silence of an abandoned city, a figure moved through the ruins with purpose. The Necromancer, a being transformed by the zombie virus into an entity of dark intelligence, walked among the fallen bodies of countless undead. These remnants were the casualties of brutal clashes between vampires, werewolves, and their own kind. He inspected the lifeless forms with a clinical eye, selecting parts with meticulous care. As he gathered the chosen pieces, a crude cart, pulled by two hulking zombies, rumbled into view. The Necromancer nodded, and the zombie drivers coated the collected body parts with a greenish, viscous substance. The liquid seemed organic, yet unnatural, pulsing with an eerie luminescence. Stepping back, the Necromancer observed the transformation that began to unfold. The coated bodies convulsed violently, then started to rise again. The scene that followed was both horrific and fascinating. Some of the bodies began merging, creating grotesque amalgamations of flesh and bone, larger and more formidable than any typical undead. Others sprouted additional limbs, transforming into spider-like creatures that scuttled away with surprising agility. A few stood apart, their eyes flickering with a newfound awareness, suggesting a heightened level of intelligence. These beings looked around, taking in their surroundings with a sense of purpose and understanding. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile crossed the Necromancer's lips, a disturbing sign of satisfaction. Turning away from the grotesque spectacle, he began his journey back to his lair, a stronghold filled with dark experiments and forbidden knowledge. The chapter closed with the Necromancer's silhouette disappearing into the distance, leaving behind the newly risen abominations to roam the desolate city. This opening to Crimson Dawn, The Last Alchemist, set the stage for a tale of unspeakable horrors and the relentless pursuit of forbidden powers, blurring the lines between life, death, and something far more sinister. Chapter 2. The Genesis of the Necromancer. Years before the world succumbed to chaos, Dr. Stephen Lestat, a renowned biologist specializing in evolutionary genetics, worked tirelessly in his laboratory. His research delved deep into the mysteries of genetic manipulation and the evolutionary principles that governed life. He explored the boundaries of DNA sequencing, gene splicing, and the potential for altering the very essence of living organisms. As cities began to fall under the shadow of the werewolf curse, Dr. Lestat was summoned for his expertise. Tasked with finding a cure for the lichen affliction, he plunged into intensive research. His discoveries, however, led to a troubling conclusion. The curse could not be cured, only altered. He developed a virus, a genetic concoction that, when introduced to a werewolf system through a bite, would transform the werewolf into a shambling zombie. This discovery sparked intense debate among his team. Dr. Lestat, aware of the potential consequences, argued vehemently against its use, fearing it would unleash further catastrophe upon humanity. Amidst the turmoil, Dr. Lestat's laboratory was abandoned as the werewolf onslaught overwhelmed human defenses. He was evacuated to a secure military base, but refused to continue his work on the virus, adamant that it should not be unleashed. However, fate took a grim turn when the virus was released into the world, spreading uncontrollably. Within days, it reached the military base where Dr. Lestat resided. In a cruel twist of fate, he was bitten, but rather than succumbing to a mindless undead state, he retained his consciousness. The transformation into the undead necromancer could be attributed to his intimate involvement with the creation and handling of the virus. Over time, Dr. Lestat's intelligence not only persisted, but grew in a direction dominated by death and decay. His undead form fostered a fascination with necromancy, while his knowledge of genetics and biology twisted into something dark and unnatural. As the chapter closed, a flashback showed Dr. Lestat in his human form, a man dedicated to science and understanding, slowly transforming into the figure now known as the Necromancer. His visage morphed, reflecting the grim reality of his new existence, a twisted version of his former self, a being at the intersection of life, death, and the darkest realms of scientific possibility. Chapter 3. The Father of the Damned. In the heart of the undead city, the figure of Dr. Stephen Lestat, now the Necromancer, stood atop a crumbling building, gazing over his vast Priest and Macabre kingdom. His transformation had not only altered his form, but also his perspective towards the legions of the undead that roamed the streets below. To him, these creatures were more than mindless entities. They were his flock, his children, birthed from the chaos he inadvertently helped unleash. The Necromancer felt a deep, paternal empathy towards his undead creations. By creating the virus, he had become their progenitor, a father figure in their grotesque existence. This sense of responsibility drove him to continue his work in evolving and enhancing his undead horde. He saw potential in each twisted form, each aberration, viewing them as works of art in a gallery of the macabre. The loss inflicted upon his creations by the Alpha and its undead werewolves had not gone unnoticed. Many of his undead had fallen prey to the ferocious pack, culled brutally from his legion. This act had kindled a burning desire for retribution within the Necromancer. He was preparing to fight back against the Alpha, to reclaim his dominion over death from the encroaching shadow of the werewolf curse. Standing amidst the ruins, the Necromancer raised his arms, addressing the thousands of undead before him. His voice, a chilling echo of his former human self, resonated with authority and dark purpose. He spoke of retribution, of reclaiming the night from the claws of the Alpha. He spoke of an assault to end the werewolf reign, to restore the balance of power in this new world order. As the chapter drew to a close, the scene was set for a monumental confrontation. The Necromancer, with his vast army of undead, readied themselves for a battle that would echo through the annals of this dark era. Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, was building towards a crescendo of conflict, where the very essence of life and death hung in the balance. The Necromancer's undead city, once a silent testament to ruin, now buzzed with the anticipation of war, a war to end the reign of the Alpha. Chapter 4. The Gathering Storm. In the heart of the Alpha's kingdom, an air of urgency permeated the atmosphere as a group of undead werewolf scouts returned. In a guttural, unearthly language, understood only by their kind, they relayed urgent news of a formidable undead army, amassing in strength and numbers under the command of the Necromancer. Upon hearing this, the Alpha let out a terrifying roar that echoed through the ruins, a sound that stirred the undead werewolves into frenzied action. The Alpha, massive and imposing, began to lead its pack out of the city. Hundreds of undead werewolves raced alongside, a fearsome wave of death ready to wash over any who dared oppose them. Meanwhile, the ground shook with the advance of the Necromancer's undead army. Monstrous abominations, their forms a twisted mockery of life, pulled carts filled with vats of a mysterious green liquid. Smaller zombies trudged alongside, their numbers vast and unyielding. Among them, spider-like creatures darted forward, their speed and agility a nightmarish sight. At the rear of the horde, a group of undead, draped in tattered robes, moved with an eerie sense of purpose. Their intelligent gaze betrayed a level of awareness far beyond that of typical zombies, and at the center of this macabre procession, the necromancer himself, a figure of deathly command. The undead army moved inexorably towards the Alpha's kingdom, driven by a thirst for vengeance. The necromancer, with a cold, calculating gaze, led the march, his mind set on retribution for the fallen undead. Simultaneously, the undead werewolves, with the Alpha at the forefront, closed the distance towards the necromancer's legion. Moving with terrifying speed, they tore across the countryside, their primal roars filling the air. The Alpha, surrounded by its pure werewolf guardians, prepared for an epic confrontation. The chapter closed on this impending clash, setting the stage for a battle that would shake the foundations of the post-apocalyptic world. Two unstoppable forces, each led by a being of immense power, were about to collide in a cataclysmic showdown. Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, was moving towards a climax that promised to be both brutal and unforgettable, a clash of undead and beast like none other. Chapter 5. In the shadow of war, in the relative safety of the human camp, a sense of unease permeated the air as scouts rushed back with alarming news. Elena, the camp leader, and Alex, now her second in command, gathered with a sense of urgency to receive the report. The scout, visibly shaken, detailed the massive movement of undead forces. We saw grotesque abominations, larger than any creature has a right to be, pulling carts filled with ominous substances, he recounted. Spider-like zombies, fast and agile, skittered around, and among them, zombies with an air of intelligence. It was like nothing we've ever seen. That night, under a tension-filled sky, Alex, Elena, and the elders convened to discuss the implications of this sighting. Varric and Alara listened intently, their age-old wisdom a crucial asset in these uncertain times. It's clear something monumental is unfolding, Alex said, his face etched with concern. We need to be prepared in case this army decides to turn its attention towards us. Alara nodded gravely. We must fortify our defenses further. Our shadow abilities have limitations, especially against these evolved undead creatures. Varric added, it's not just physical defenses we need. We must consider strategic locations, escape routes, and perhaps even alliances. This is no ordinary enemy. This is an army with purpose and intelligence. Elena, considering their options, spoke up. Let's focus on reinforcing our perimeter with more silver-based weaponry. We also need to establish watch posts with clear lines of sight. If these creatures can plan, we must be one step ahead. The meeting continued deep into the night, with discussions revolving around tactics, defense strategies, and potential evacuation plans. The sense of impending conflict hung heavily over the camp as they contemplated their next moves. As the chapter drew to a close, the human camp, bathed in the pale moonlight, was a hub of activity. Everyone, from the youngest to the eldest, contributed to the preparations. In Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, the spectre of war loomed large, and the camp braced itself for what might come next, caught in the crossfire of a battle between unimaginable forces. Chapter 6. The Clash of the Titans. The undead werewolf army halted, their snarls filling the air as they surveyed the advancing zombie army. At the forefront, the alpha werewolf stepped forward, its presence commanding and fearsome. With a roar that echoed through the barren landscape, it signaled the charge. Over 100 undead werewolves, fueled by primal rage, surged forward towards the mass of zombies. The zombies, numbering over 1,000, detached from the main army to meet the werewolves' onslaught. The ensuing battle was savage and brutal. The undead werewolves, with their superior strength and agility, tore through the zombie ranks with ease. Within minutes, the field was littered with the remains of the vanquished zombies, while the werewolves stood unscathed. The Alpha let out a triumphant roar, a signal that was met with deafening responses from its pack. The werewolves reveled in their victory, unaware of the new danger brewing behind them. From the midst of the main zombie army, a barrage of glass vats, filled with the greenish liquid, arced through the air, landing amidst the fallen zombies. The undead werewolves, engaged in battle with the front line of the main zombie horde, failed to notice the transformation happening behind them. As the green liquid seeped into the bodies of the fallen zombies, they began to convulse and reform. Monstrous abominations and mutated zombies, more powerful and grotesque than before, rose from the dead. The front line of undead werewolves, now caught between the advancing zombie army and the newly risen mutants, faced a dire situation. Amidst the chaos, the Alpha sensed the turn of the tide. With a piercing howl, it commanded an all-out assault. The entire pack of undead werewolves, fueled by a mix of fury and desperation, charged mercilessly towards the zombie army. The battle that ensued was catastrophic. The werewolves fought valiantly, but the zombies, bolstered by their newly mutated kin, were relentless. The sound of werewolf cries gradually gave way to an eerie silence as the zombie army continued its advance. In the aftermath, a few hundred zombies gathered around the fallen werewolves. Once more, the greenish substance was poured over the corpses. The werewolves' bodies began to meld with the undead, forming horrific hybrids of zombie and wolf, some with multiple limbs, others with 2 heads, and a few merging into hulking monstrosities. The Alpha, witnessing the desecration of its pack, let out a furious, mournful howl. It signaled the remaining werewolves for a final, desperate charge against the overwhelming zombie force. Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, had reached a pivotal moment, a battle of epic proportions, where the outcome would reshape the balance of power in this nightmarish world. Chapter 7. Retreat and Regroup. The battlefield, a tableau of carnage and chaos, bore witness to the relentless clash between the undead werewolves and the ever-evolving zombie army. Amidst the turmoil, the Alpha issued a low, commanding grunt to one of its pure werewolves. With a swift, calculated move, the chosen werewolf darted into the heart of the melee, its paw deliberately dipping into a pool of the greenish goo before swiftly retreating to the Alpha's side. With a powerful roar that resonated with authority and urgency, the Alpha signaled the remaining undead werewolves to fall back. Their numbers had dwindled under the relentless assault of the mutated zombies, and the Alpha's strategic decision to withdraw was marked by a palpable sense of loss. From his vantage point, Dr. Stephen Lestat, the necromancer, observed the unfolding events with a cold, satisfied grin. For the first time, he sensed the tide turning in his favor, envisioning a future where the Lycan threat could be subdued once and for all. The Alpha and its diminished pack made a strategic retreat, heading back towards their kingdom with heavy hearts. Their pace was hastened by the need to regroup and reassess their strategy in the face of this newfound adversary. Meanwhile, Dr. Lestat's undead army, emboldened by their success in the battle, regrouped with a newfound sense of purpose. The grotesque and mutated soldiers, along with the intelligent zombies, began a steady march towards the Alpha's kingdom. Their advance was methodical and relentless, a moving wall of death poised to engulf what remained of the werewolf dominion. The chapter closed with the two forces, the Alpha's retreating werewolves and the necromancers' advancing undead army, moving towards an inevitable showdown. The balance of power in the world of Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, was shifting, and the impending conflict between these formidable factions promised to be both brutal and decisive. Chapter 8. The Unfolding Crisis. Back at the human camp, the air was thick with apprehension as fresh reports came in from the scouts. They had witnessed the fierce battle between the undead werewolves and Dr. Lestat's zombie army, including the retreat of the Alpha and its pack. Gathered around a makeshift table, the scouts relayed their observations to Elena, Alex, and the elders. The werewolf threat, particularly the Alpha, has always been our primary concern, Alex began, his voice laced with a hint of relief. But this development, it changes everything. Elena nodded, her expression grave. We're still unsure how our shadow powers will affect these new mutated zombies, she said, but we believe they should still be effective against them. The conversation then shifted to the mysterious greenish goo described by the scouts. It seems to reanimate and transform both the undead and the fallen werewolves, one scout explained, the horror of the scene still vivid in his mind. Varric and Alara exchanged a look of deep concern. This is a dire development, Varric said gravely. It means that even in defeat, the undead can utilize this substance to continually replenish and evolve their ranks. Alara added, it's more than just a battle against a relentless enemy. This goo represents a tool for endless resurrection and transformation. It could potentially change the nature of this war. The camp leaders and the elders pondered this new information. The revelation about the greenish goo added an alarming dimension to the conflict, suggesting that their battles against the undead might be far from over, even with apparent victories. As the meeting concluded, a palpable sense of urgency enveloped the camp. Plans were quickly made to gather more intelligence on this green substance and to reinforce their defenses in preparation for any potential threats. The chapter ended with the camp bracing itself for the challenges ahead, aware that the fight for survival had entered a new, more complex phase in Crimson Dawn, the Last Alchemist. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Kingdom. The Alpha and its remaining pack, weary and diminished, returned to their kingdom, a place that once symbolized their dominion over the land. There, they were met by an injured undead wolf, the sole survivor of a scout group. In a language composed of growls and snarls, known only to their kind, it conveyed the existence of the human camp, where the undead werewolves had been defeated. Enraged by this news and sensing the shifting balance of power, the Alpha lashed out in a fit of fury, slashing at the injured scout, silencing it forever. Its eyes then fell upon the werewolf with the greenish goo on its paw. With a dominant grunt, the Alpha commanded the werewolf to lick the substance. The effect was immediate and startling. The pure werewolf convulsed violently, its form expanding and contorting. It grew in size, its muscles bulging, and a feral intensity took over its features, making it appear more monstrous and untamed than ever before. The Alpha, observing this transformation, let out a resounding howl, acknowledging the newfound strength within its pack. Days later, as the undead army, led by the Necromancer, approached the Alpha's kingdom, the stage was set for a brutal confrontation. The remaining undead werewolves, loyal to their leader, positioned themselves to defend their territory. The zombie army, unyielding and relentless, launched its assault without hesitation. The battle that ensued was fierce and unmerciful. The undead werewolves fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. The grotesque abominations, spider-like zombies, and the intelligent undead of the necromancer's army overwhelmed them. The sounds of the clash were guttural and chilling, echoing the desperation of the werewolves' last stand. As the dust settled and the screams faded, the undead army emerged victorious. The kingdom lay in ruins, the defenders defeated, but amidst the carnage, the necromancer's minions made a startling discovery. The Alpha and its pure werewolves were nowhere to be found. The chapter closed on this eerie note, leaving the fate of the Alpha and its elite pack shrouded in mystery. Had they fallen in the battle, or had they escaped to fight another day? The story of Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, continued, weaving a tale of shifting power, survival, and the endless cycle of conflict in a world consumed by darkness and chaos. Chapter 10. Shadow Reconnaissance. On the outskirts of the fallen kingdom, a figure stood, enveloped in darkness. Varric, the Elder, was a mere shadow against the backdrop of devastation. His eyes, ancient and discerning, scanned the aftermath of the battle, analyzing the enemy's capabilities with a strategist's mind. Utilizing his ability to move unseen in the shadows, Varric glided effortlessly among the ranks of the undead army. He moved silently, gathering crucial intelligence on their numbers, behavior, and the extent of their mutations. His presence went unnoticed, a ghost amidst the chaos. As he prepared to depart, a large, hulking abomination caught his eye. The creature stood sentry outside the city, pushing a cart that appeared to be laden with the mysterious greenish goo. Curiosity piqued, Varric murmured to himself, "Let's try this." Approaching the creature from the shadows, he passed through it in his shadow form. To his satisfaction, the abomination collapsed instantly, lifeless and still. "Well, at least this still works," Varric noted, a hint of relief in his voice. With swift, silent movements, Varric returned to the camp, darting from shadow to shadow, a wraith in the night. Upon arrival, he sought out Elena and Alex to deliver his report. Gathered in the command tent, Varric relayed his findings. The undead army is vast and varied in its monstrosities. However, our shadow powers remain effective against them. This knowledge could be pivotal in our strategy, he concluded. Elena and Alex absorbed the information, their minds racing with the implications. The revelation that the Elder's powers could still turn the tide against certain undead foes offered a glimmer of hope in an otherwise grim outlook. As the chapter drew to a close, the camp braced itself for the challenges ahead. The knowledge Varric brought back was invaluable, yet the future remained fraught with danger and uncertainty. Crimson Dawn, the last alchemist, was poised to continue its narrative arc, promising more intrigue, conflict, and survival against insurmountable odds. Thank you for joining me on this chilling journey. If your thirst for the unknown and the unexplained is still unquenched, I invite you to delve deeper into the abyss of terror. Just beyond the veil of reality, another story awaits to send shivers down your spine. Dare to join me in the next video, where the unknown becomes known and the unseen seen. Until then, keep the lights dim and your mind open. This is Professor Shadow, signing off. Witness the human camp's desperation as they confront a monstrous werewolf. Behemoth, immune to their potent defenses. Feel the tension as the elders, beings of ancient power, vanish, leaving behind a community grappling with fear and uncertainty. Dive into the sinister plans of the necromancer, whose dark intelligence threatens to alter the balance of power forever. This tale of survival, alliance, and betrayal will keep you on the edge of your seat, questioning who the real monsters are. Crimson Dawn, echoes of darkness, where every shadow hides a secret and every victory could be a trap. Chapter 1. The Alliance's Resolve. In the dimly lit war room of the camp, a meeting of grave importance was underway. Varric and the other elders sat alongside the camp leaders, their faces etched with the weight of their discussion. The threat of the undead army, with its newfound abominations, loomed over them like a dark cloud. Varric addressed the room with a solemn tone. The undead army is evolving at a rate we haven't seen before. These abominations pose a significant threat, not just to you, but to our existence as well. We must stop them before they grow too strong. Elana, the camp leader, nodded in agreement. We've seen their capabilities firsthand. Their strength and numbers are increasing. We need a definitive plan to halt their advance. One of the elders, Elara, spoke next, her voice tinged with an uncharacteristic sense of urgency. Our survival is now intertwined with yours. Though it is unusual for our kind to rely on humans, this alliance has become essential. We must combine our strengths to defeat this enemy. Alex, now a seasoned strategist, chimed in. We need to exploit their weaknesses. Silver has been effective against the werewolves, and the Elders' shadow powers work against the regular undead. But we need a new approach for these mutated abominations. The group delved into a deep strategic discussion, exploring various tactics and weapons that could be effective against the diverse threats. Varric suggested using their knowledge of the undead's behavior to set traps and ambushes, while Elara proposed a series of coordinated strikes using both human and vampire forces to weaken their enemies' defenses. As the chapter closed, the meeting ended with a renewed sense of determination. Plans were set in motion to gather intelligence, strengthen defenses, and prepare for a large-scale offensive. This alliance, once formed out of necessity, had grown into a bond of mutual respect and reliance. Crimson Dawn, echoes of darkness, began with a unified front, as humans and vampires braced to face their greatest challenge yet, an endeavor that would require every ounce of their combined strength and cunning. Chapter 2. The Necromancer's Insight. Amidst the ruins of the Alpha's fallen kingdom, the Necromancer stood in contemplation. He hovered over one of his grotesque abominations, a being born of his dark alchemy, now lifeless and still. The creature bore no visible marks or wounds, presenting a mystery as to how it had been vanquished. The Necromancer's eyes, glowing with an unsettling light, scanned the lifeless form. His fingers trailed over its cold, twisted flesh, probing for clues. Time seemed to stand still as he delved into his profound understanding of biology and necromancy, seeking answers in the creature's silent testament. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze lifting towards the darkened sky. A moment of realization seemed to wash over him, an epiphany born of his enhanced intelligence and sinister knowledge. The air around him grew charged with the weight of his thoughts. Could it be that the necromancer had unraveled the mystery of the creature's demise? Had he comprehended the elusive power of the elders and their shadow forms? His mind, a vortex of twisted genius, might have indeed devised a strategy to counteract the elusive and intangible nature of the elders' abilities. With a barely perceptible nod, the necromancer issued a silent command. The undead legion, an army of monstrosities and intelligent zombies, began to mobilize. They departed from the remnants of the Alpha's territory, an exodus marked by eerie discipline and purpose. The undead army set out on a long march back towards their sprawling metropolis, the heart of the necromancer's dark empire. As they moved, the necromancer's presence at the forefront served as a chilling herald of his next move in this deadly game of power. The chapter closed on this ominous procession, leaving a trail of questions in its wake. Had the necromancer indeed found a way to overcome the Elder's powers? What new horrors would he unleash upon the world? Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness, continued to weave its tale of intrigue and survival, with each faction bracing for the next chapter in this unending war. Chapter 3. The Pact of Shadows. In the camp, a palpable tension hung in the air as scouts rushed in with urgent reports. They informed the gathered leaders and elders that the undead legion was moving, inching steadily towards their metropolis. The information was critical, and a meeting was quickly convened to discuss their response. Varric, representing the elders, spoke with a sense of immediacy. We must intercept the undead legion before they can reach their metropolis. Once there, they will regroup and become an even greater threat. With the night still young, we can use our shadow abilities to reach them swiftly. He paused, his eyes meeting those of the camp leaders. However, for such an endeavor, we will require significant strength. We need to feed, and feed well, to ensure our powers are at their peak. The camp leaders, Elena, Alex, and Captain Knox, exchanged concerned glances. The request was heavy, but the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Understanding the necessity of the moment, the elders proposed a solution. We will need twice the number of sacrifices to fully empower ourselves for this task, Varric stated solemnly. Elena, though troubled, nodded in agreement. Alex and Captain Knox stepped forward, offering themselves as the first sacrifices. It was a gesture to demonstrate their trust in the elders and the severity of their common plight. The scene that unfolded next highlighted the parasitic nature of the elders' existence. The camp members gathered, some with resignation, others with a sense of duty, as the elders fed. This act, though disturbing, was accepted as a necessary evil, a grim exchange for the protection and power the elders provided. Once their hunger was satiated, the elders' forms seemed to gain an ethereal strength, their eyes glowing with renewed vigor. Without a word, they dispersed into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness as they set out on their critical mission. The chapter closed with the camp in a state of somber anticipation. The alliance with the elders, born out of necessity, had led to this moment of sacrifice and hope. As the elders vanished into the night, the camp braced for the outcome of this daring interception, aware that the fate of their world hung in the balance. Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness, continued to unfold, a tale of uneasy alliances and desperate measures in the face of overwhelming darkness. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Proposition. The march of the Undead Legion came to an abrupt standstill as they encountered an unexpected blockade. 4 shadowy figures, the elders in their true forms, stood defiantly in the path of the advancing horde. The necromancer, observing from a distance, allowed a subtle smile to creep across his lips. With a flick of his hand, he commanded the front lines of zombies and monstrous abominations to charge at the spectral figures. As the undead surged forward, the elders, embodiments of ancient power, moved with supernatural swiftness. They weaved through the army, their shadowy forms a blur, leaving a trail of fallen undead in their wake. It was as though a vast, dark cloud had passed over the battlefield, the Legion dropping like flies under its shadow. After the initial wave of undead had been decimated, the elders resumed their positions, once again forming an impenetrable barrier. The remaining undead hesitated, their numbers significantly reduced. Then, a startling development unfolded. A small group of robed figures emerged from the undead ranks, carrying a tattered white flag. The necromancer himself walked at their forefront, his presence commanding even in this gesture of truce. The elders, still shrouded in their shadowy forms, moved forward to meet the approaching group. As they stood face to face, the necromancer began to speak in a deep, guttural voice, each word seeming to strain against his undead nature. "I know who you are. I know why you're here. I understand your powers, but I also know a way to stop it." The elders listened, their confusion evident even in their ethereal state. The necromancer held up the head of an experimented abomination, using it as a grotesque visual aid. He detailed his studies on the effects of their powers, unveiling his understanding of their shadow manipulation and its effectiveness against the undead. Then came his most shocking revelation. What if I could show you a way that you no longer need the humans? He proposed. The chapter closed on this tense, uncertain moment. The necromancer's knowledge and offer hung in the air like a dark promise. What did he know about the elders' powers that they didn't? And what could this mean for the fragile alliance between humans and vampires? Crimson Dawn, echoes of darkness, continued to unravel its complex web of survival, power, and potential betrayal. Chapter 5. The Proposal of Power. On the desolate battlefield, a strange and tense parley unfolded between the elders and the necromancer. Around them, the remnants of the undead army watched in silent anticipation. The necromancer resumed speaking, his voice resonating with a depth that seemed to transcend his undead form. "I have delved into the realms of genetics, genealogy, and biology far beyond what was known in your ancient times," he began. "Your need to feed on human blood is not merely a habit. It is a requirement, a source of power embedded in your genetic makeup. But what if there's another source of power? One that could free you from your dependence on humans and potentially grant you even greater strength." Varric, the eldest among the elders, stepped forward, his form momentarily becoming more defined in the shadows. "Your words intrigue us, necromancer, but they also warrant skepticism," Varric replied, his voice echoing centuries of wisdom. "Our existence has spanned millennia, and never have we encountered an alternative to sustain our kind. What makes you think you have discovered such a source?" The necromancer met Varric's gaze with an unflinching stare, his eyes glowing with a sinister intelligence. "My research into the undead has uncovered secrets that even your ancient minds have not fathomed. The virus that animates me and my creations holds keys to powers and energies that you have yet to understand. It is not merely a curse, but a wellspring of untapped potential. As the necromancer spoke, it became evident that his intelligence might indeed match or even surpass that of Varix. His knowledge of the modern sciences, combined with his experience as an undead, provided him with unique insights into life, death, and the energies that flow between. The chapter ended with this tense but intriguing dialogue. The offer made by the necromancer held both promise and peril. Could the elders trust this being, once human, now a master of death and reanimation? And what would this new power source mean for their ancient existence? Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness, continued to weave a complex tale of ancient knowledge clashing with modern science, set against the backdrop of a world struggling to find balance amidst chaos. Chapter 6. The Weight of Survival. In the human camp, a sense of expectation hung in the air as the community members waited for news from the battlefield. Around a small fire, Elena, Alex, and Captain Knox discussed the future in hushed tones, contemplating the prospect of peace after the defeat of the undead army. With the Alpha's kingdom in ruins, and now potentially the undead army, we might finally have a chance at a normal life again, Elena mused, hope glinting in her eyes. Captain Knox nodded in agreement, but it was Alex who captured the essence of their struggle. You know, my whole life has felt like a constant battle. Just when I thought I was getting somewhere, life would knock me down. But I always remembered that quote, "What does not kill us makes us stronger." I believed that no one else could endure what I had to, so I always told life to bring it on. Whenever things got tough, I'd challenge them, asking if that was the best they could do. He paused, looking into the fire. The state of the world now, it's like the ultimate test of that philosophy. But what I've realized is that there are no rainbows waiting for us. No matter what we do, something or someone is always there, ready to kick us in the teeth. The others nodded, understanding the hard truth in his words. Alex continued, "We have to be ready for whatever comes next, and I know deep down that whatever it is, it won't be enough to take me down. It won't be enough to take any of us down. We've come too far and fought too hard." The chapter closed on this somber yet defiant note. In Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness, the constant struggle for survival had forged a resilience in the camp's members. They were united not just by circumstance, but by a shared determination to withstand whatever challenges the world threw at them. As they waited for news from the battlefield, they prepared for the next chapter in their fight for survival, knowing full well that peace was often just the lull before the next storm. Chapter 7. The Test of Power. On the desolate battlefield, tension crackled in the air as the elders contemplated the necromancer's proposal. Finally breaking the silence, Varric addressed him with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. "How can we trust you? What stops us from simply destroying you right here and now?" The necromancer met Varric's gaze unflinchingly. "You can't," he stated flatly. "Your powers may work on these lesser undead, but had I sent my elite fighters, your shadow forms would have been ineffective." One of the elders, doubtful, challenged him. "You're bluffing." Without hesitation, the necromancer stepped forward, a challenge in his stance. "If your powers can fail me, then this meeting is merely a ruse. But if I remain unaffected by your most potent weapon, perhaps you should seriously consider my offer." In response, the elders moved with supernatural speed, their shadow forms slicing through the air towards the necromancer. The battlefield held its breath as their shadows passed through him, but he remained standing, utterly unaffected. The necromancer looked at the elders, his expression one of vindication. "As I suspected," he began, "your powers are ineffective against me. This is because of the unique interaction between my genetic structure and the virus. When I was transformed into what I am now, my extensive knowledge in genetics and genealogy allowed me to manipulate my own evolution. I engineered myself to be immune to your shadow manipulation." He continued, "Your powers rely on a specific interaction with living cells and those infected by the standard virus strain. My cells have evolved beyond that, making them impervious to your influence." The chapter ended with the elders absorbing this revelation, their stance shifting from one of aggression to cautious consideration. The necromancer's immunity to their powers introduced a new dynamic to the confrontation. The once clear lines between predator and prey, strength and weakness, were now blurred. Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness, was unfolding into a complex narrative of power, survival, and the unanticipated consequences of meddling with the very essence of life and death. Chapter 8. The Rising Tide. In the human camp, days had passed with no word from the elders, and worry had begun to set in among the leaders. Gathered in the main tent, Elena, Alex, and Captain Knox discussed the unnerving silence. "It's not like the elders to be gone this long without contact," Elena said, a note of concern in her voice. "They would have needed to feed again by now. We must assume the worst, that they have been defeated." Panic rippled through the camp at this realization. Without the elders, their main line of defense against the undead seemed perilously thin. "Without the elders, we are surely doomed against the undead," murmured one of the camp members, echoing the fear of many. Alex stepped forward, his posture one of determination. "If the elders have indeed fallen, it wasn't before they helped us build better defenses and a sustainable camp," he declared. "With the added defenses and the knowledge they shared, maybe it's time we stopped relying on others and started relying on ourselves." Miles away, in the seclusion of a hidden forest, a group of werewolves had established a new den under the Alpha's leadership. The Alpha, aware of its dwindling numbers, recognized the urgent need to strengthen its pack, and the human camp had now become a prime target. At that moment, two werewolves burst into the den, carrying a collection of limbs and body parts from their recent encounters with the undead. Each piece was coated in the mysterious greenish goo. Laying them out before the Alpha, the werewolves awaited their leader's command. The Alpha, its eyes fixed on the goo-covered remains, directed the werewolves already affected by the substance to consume more of it. As they did, a transformation began. The werewolves grew in size and strength, evolving into more formidable beings. One werewolf, in particular, underwent a drastic change, growing to tower over the rest of the pack, including the Alpha. It had become a werewolf abomination, a monstrous embodiment of power and ferocity. The chapter closed on this ominous development. Back in the human camp, the community braced for a future without the elders, rallying around their newfound resolve to depend on themselves. Meanwhile, in the forest, the Alpha's pack had evolved into something far more dangerous, setting the stage for a new chapter in the ongoing struggle for survival in Crimson Dawn, Echoes of Darkness. Chapter 9. The Ominous Visitor. An urgent alarm resonated throughout the human camp, jolting everyone into high alert. "Something's coming!" shouted a lookout, his voice laced with alarm. The camp scrambled into defense mode, prepared to face whatever threat loomed. Without warning, a colossal figure crashed through the surrounding forest. It was a werewolf of unprecedented size, its fur tinged with a sickly green hue. Standing as tall as the trees, it effortlessly pushed them aside, making its way towards the camp's defensive barriers. The camp's members stared in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the creature. Once it reached the barrier, the behemoth paused, its massive form casting a shadow over the camp. "Fire!" commanded Eleanor, and the camp responded in unison. Arrows tipped with silver, particle grenades, slingshots, and every available weapon were launched at the gigantic werewolf, but to their dismay, the onslaught seemed to have no effect. The creature remained unscathed, an unmovable force of nature. Yet strangely, it made no move to attack. It simply stood there, as if observing them. After a tense standoff, the creature turned and lumbered away, disappearing from whence it came. Relief swept over the camp as they cheered, believing they had repelled the creature. But amidst the celebration, Alex approached Elena with a concerned expression. "We didn't hurt it, not even a scratch," he said, his voice heavy with doubt. "That thing could have torn through us with ease. Why did it just leave? Was it assessing our defenses?" Elena nodded, sharing his apprehension. "We need to prepare for the worst. This might just be the beginning." The chapter closed with the camp grappling with the implications of this encounter. With the elders missing, the undead army consolidating power in their metropolis, and the emergence of the giant werewolf, the balance of power was shifting in this dark world. Crimson Dawn, echoes of darkness, ended this part of the saga with a sense of foreboding, leaving the fate of the camp, and indeed the world, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 1. The Necromancer's Lab. In the heart of the undead metropolis, a strange alliance formed as the elders found themselves within the Necromancer's domain. They walked through a labyrinth of corridors, each turn revealing more of the Necromancer's macabre laboratory. Around them were vats of bubbling liquids, shelves lined with arcane tomes, and tables strewn with various biological specimens. The Necromancer, Dr. Stephen Lestat, led the elders with an air of pride, gesturing to his elaborate setup. "Here lies the culmination of my life's work and unlife's curiosity, the exploration and manipulation of genetics, genealogy, and biology. These disciplines have allowed me to create and sustain life, or a semblance of it, within my creations," he explained, his voice resonating with a mixture of madness and genius. Varric, representing the elders, observed the surroundings with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. "Your achievements in the field of reanimation are indeed remarkable," he conceded, "but we question your motives. Why reveal all this to us? What is your end game?" The Necromancer met Varric's inquiry with a knowing smile. "My motives are simple. In a world ravaged by chaos, we, the evolved beings, must seek our own path to survival and supremacy." As the tour continued, one of the elders interrupted, a note of urgency in their voice. "We will soon require sustenance. Our need to feed grows." The Necromancer nodded, as if expecting this. "The hunger that plagues your kind is a curse I have long studied. I believe I may offer a solution to your perpetual thirst for blood. But first, you must feed." He motioned to an undead servant, who promptly left the room. Moments later, the servant returned, dragging a screaming human. The person's terror filled the chamber as they were presented to the elders. "Eat up," the necromancer urged, his eyes flickering with an unreadable emotion. "And once you finish this meal, we have more to discuss." Driven by an innate hunger, the elders descended upon the human, their feeding frenzied yet methodical. Within moments, the human collapsed, lifeless on the floor. The chapter closed with the elders, their hunger temporarily satiated, turning back to the necromancer, their expressions a mix of gratitude and wariness. The necromancer's promise of freedom from their eternal hunger hung in the air, a tantalizing yet potentially dangerous prospect. Chapter 2. The Rise of Humanity. In the human camp, the air was thick with tension and unease. Rumors and whispers of fear spread like wildfire among the camp members, each person grappling with the uncertainty of survival without the elders. The recent encounter with the gigantic werewolf only exacerbated their anxiety. In the command tent, Alex, Eleanor, Captain Knox and other camp leaders gathered for a crucial strategy meeting. The weight of their situation was palpable. Alex, his resolve hardening, broke the silence. "We've got to stop relying on others for our survival. We've been overrun by Lycans, attacked by the undead, and we've even stood our ground against undead werewolves. Yet, here we are, doubting ourselves just because the elders aren't here. Our reliance on them has made us fear our own strength. It's time for humanity to reclaim its place as the dominant species on this planet." Elena nodded in agreement, but the concern in her voice was evident. "I agree, Alex, but how do we achieve this? How do we stand against such overwhelming odds?" Alex leaned forward, his eyes alight with strategic planning. "We need a two-pronged approach. First, we explore the rumors of government research centers. They were reportedly working on advanced weaponry to combat Lycans and the undead. If these rumors are true, those weapons could be the edge we need." Captain Knox chimed in, her experience as a military strategist lending credibility to her words. "In my former unit, we heard whispers of these projects. They were high-risk, high-reward operations, but I don't think they ever reached completion. What if we can finish what they started?" Alex continued, "And secondly, we need to keep the werewolves and the undead focused on each other, not us. I propose we assembled two teams, one to draw the werewolves' attention and the other to provoke the undead. If we can lead them to clash with each other, it will give us the breathing space we need." The room fell silent as the leaders absorbed Alex's plan. It was bold, risky, but it was a spark of hope in an otherwise dark situation, a plan that could pivot the scales in their favor and reclaim their place in a world that had been torn away from them. The camp began to buzz with a renewed sense of purpose. Teams were formed, plans were drawn, and the seeds of a daring strategy were planted. Chapter 3. The Plan in Motion. Alex's team, after meticulously following the trail of destruction left by the gigantic werewolf, managed to locate the den of the werewolf pack deep in the forest. Meanwhile, Captain Knox, with her keen military acumen, conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the undead metropolis. Days of stealthy observation yielded valuable intelligence on both factions. Upon reconvening at the camp, Alex shared his findings. "The distance between the werewolf den and the undead metropolis is too vast. Leading them to collide is going to be a challenge," he admitted. As the group pondered over this obstacle, one of the camp's engineers, named Jenna, stepped forward with a solution. "We've been working on some vehicles, repurposing old cars with the fuel we've managed to scavenge. They're fast and should be more than capable of outrunning the werewolves and drawing the undead. she explained, pointing to a few rugged-looking vehicles parked nearby. Captain Knox's eyes lit up with strategic possibilities. That's brilliant. With these, we can lead the werewolves directly into the undead army, she said. Alex nodded, a determined smile crossing his face. You know, this might actually work, he mused, already formulating the plan in his head. Simultaneously, 2 engineers from the camp, whom everyone knew as Marco and Lydia, embarked on a separate mission in another vehicle. They were determined to verify the existence of the rumored advanced weaponry. Skeptical, but driven by the trust in their leaders, they set out towards the coordinates of the supposed government research center. If those weapons existed, we would have seen them in action by now, Marco said, steering the vehicle through the deserted streets. Lydia, always the optimist, chimed in. But if there's even a slight chance, we owe it to our camp to check it out. Imagine if we could bring back something that changes the tide in our favor. The chapter closed with the camp abuzz with activity and hope. Alex and Captain Knox began preparing their teams for the daring mission to draw the 2 monstrous factions into a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Marco and Lydia journeyed towards a destination shrouded in mystery. Their mission, a gamble on a slim hope. Chapter 4. Convergence of Forces. In the depths of the forest, the werewolf den buzzed with a primal urgency. The Alpha, driven by the need to expand its pack, readied its group for an assault on the human camp. With its most powerful allies by its side, 2 mutated werewolves and the colossal werewolf abomination, it set out towards the camp, confident in its impending victory. Back in the undead metropolis, the necromancer was deep in his latest experiment, one that promised to alter the very essence of the Elders' existence. His goal was ambitious, to free them from their bloodlust and potentially unlock greater powers within them. On the outskirts of the metropolis, the once silent streets were filled with the blaring sounds of rock music. Captain Knox, sitting in a rebuilt car, blared the tunes as she mock-played an air guitar. Her antics drew the attention of the undead. Within moments, a horde began to converge on her position. Smirking, she slammed the car into gear, leading the undead masses away towards a predetermined location. Meanwhile, in the woods, as the werewolves reached a crossroads, the sound of a car horn echoed through the trees. The Alpha, sensing an opportunity, commanded its pack to give chase while it remained behind. With 2 pure werewolves, Alex, behind the wheel of another rebuilt car, floored the accelerator, leading the werewolves on a wild chase towards the same location Captain Knox was heading. The pursuit was intense. The werewolves, with their unnatural speed, began to close the gap on Alex's vehicle. The ground trembled under the thunderous steps of the gigantic werewolf and added an earthquake-like tremor to the chase. As Alex neared the rendezvous point, he could see the undead horde in the distance. Captain Knox, spotting Alex's vehicle with the werewolves hot on his tail, knew the moment of convergence was near. The undead, though slower, were steadily advancing towards them. With impeccable timing, both Alex and Captain Knox swerved their vehicles away at the last moment, leaving the werewolves and the undead to collide in a catastrophic melee. The 2 monstrous factions, now faced with each other, launched into a ferocious battle, their attention diverted from the human camp. The chapter closed with the werewolves and undead locked in combat, their roars and snarls filling the air. Chapter 5. The Turn of the Tide. On the battlefield, a scene of unparalleled ferocity unfolded as the undead zombies and their mutated counterparts clashed with the werewolves. The mutated werewolves, embodying a ruthless savagery, tore through the undead ranks with brutal efficiency. The gigantic werewolf, an unstoppable force of nature, moved through the undead, each step crushing them under its immense weight. In the midst of the chaos, a single Lycan broke away from the melee. Its mission was clear: to return to the Alpha and report the outcome of the battle. The Lycan sped through the forest, its senses alert for any sign of danger. Back at the site of the confrontation, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. The sheer might and ferocity of the werewolves, especially the monstrous abomination, proved too much for the undead horde. Even the larger, more formidable undead fell under the relentless onslaught of claw and fang. What had started as a pitched battle soon turned into a one-sided rout, with the werewolves emerging as the clear victors. As the Lycan prepared to continue its journey back to the Alpha, a distant sound caught its attention: the unmistakable beeping of car horns. Alex and Captain Knox, observing the outcome of the battle from a safe distance, had initiated the next phase of their plan. The werewolves, upon hearing the sound, instinctively gave chase, their predatory nature driving them forward. The two cars, driven by Alex and Captain Knox, sped off towards the undead metropolis, leading the werewolf pack away from the human camp. The chapter closed with the werewolves in pursuit of the cars, unknowingly being lured towards the necromancer's domain. This strategic maneuver by the humans had successfully pitted the two monstrous factions against each other, buying the camp precious time. Chapter 6. The Necromancer's Bargain. Inside the Necromancer's laboratory, deep within the undead metropolis, a groundbreaking development was unfolding. The Necromancer, having worked meticulously with the Elders, revealed a small bottle filled with a greenish liquid. "This," he announced, "is the key to your liberation. A mere dose of this liquid can sustain your strength and power for a month without the need to feed on human blood. It will enhance your abilities, making you stronger and faster than ever before. Imagine what a whole vat could do, sustain you for years." The Elders, gathered around the Necromancer, looked on in a mix of disbelief and awe. The implications of such a discovery were monumental. Varric, the most ancient among them, stepped forward, his voice echoing with centuries of wisdom and caution. "If what you say is true, we would be free from the curse of hunger that has plagued us for an eternity. But I have lived long enough to know that such gifts are rarely given freely. What is it that you want from us in return?" The Necromancer's smile broadened, revealing a glimpse of his strategic mind. "My desire is simple: to enlist your help in defeating both the humans and the Lycans. With your enhanced abilities and freedom from the hunger, we can reshape this world, making it a place where our kind can thrive unchallenged." The revelation hung heavily in the air, a proposition that could alter the very nature of the Elders' existence. The offer was tempting, the possibility of liberation from their eternal hunger an alluring prospect. Yet the price, turning against the humans, who had become their unlikely allies in survival, presented a moral quandary. The chapter closed on this moment of decision, with the Elders weighing the consequences of accepting the Necromancer's offer. Chapter 7. The Alpha's Call. The tension in the undead metropolis reached a fever pitch as the ground began to tremble beneath them. It felt as if the very earth was protesting the presence of such monstrous creatures. The inhabitants of the city, already creatures of the undead, stirred restlessly, sensing an impending threat. At the forefront of the city, a towering figure emerged, the gigantic werewolf, its immense size and greenish fur making it a terrifying spectacle. Accompanied by its mutated pack, The beast seemed unstoppable as it ploughed through the undead army, rending zombies and other creatures asunder with ease. From a vantage point, the necromancer and the elders watched the unfolding chaos. The sight of the gigantic werewolf and its pack approaching the heart of the city was a scene of apocalyptic proportions. Just as the werewolves were about to launch a full-scale invasion into the city, a deep, ancient howl echoed in the distance. Silhouetted against the horizon was the Alpha, its presence commanding way even from afar. Upon hearing the Alpha's call, the werewolf pack, including the gigantic behemoth, ceased their assault and abruptly turned, exiting the city with a renewed sense of purpose. The necromancer, observing from his high vantage, murmured, "This changes a few things." The sight of the gigantic werewolf had clearly left an impression on him, a rare moment where his confident demeanor faltered. From a distance, Captain Knox and Alex, through their binoculars, witnessed the elders standing beside the necromancer. "Traitors," Alex muttered under his breath, a mix of disappointment and anger in his voice. They knew it was time to head back to the camp with this crucial information. As the werewolves retreated and the undead forces re-established their positions in the metropolis, a sense of unease settled over the city, leaving the future actions of the Alpha and its pack, as well as the intentions of the necromancer and the elders, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 8. The Hidden Military Base. The two engineers, Marco and Lydia, drove up to what looked like an abandoned military site, now overrun by nature. Vines clung to the structures, and grass sprouted through cracks in the concrete. A few decayed bodies lay scattered around, grim reminders of the chaos that had ensued during the early days of the outbreak. The main entrance to the base was a massive, securely locked door. "Let's look around for a keycard or some other way to get this door open," Marco suggested, scanning the area for any useful items. But to their surprise, the door suddenly slid open with a low mechanical groan. They exchanged a puzzled glance before Lydia said, "Well, let's go in," her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and caution. As soon as they stepped inside, a group of armed guards appeared, instructing them to drop their weapons. They were then led deeper into the base, moving through a series of winding corridors. Eventually, they were brought into a room where they met the group's leader, a scientist who had been working on ways to repel the undead and lichens since the calamity began. "We've deliberately made the outside look abandoned and have been in hiding ever since," the scientist explained. "We lost our external communication capabilities, and our scouts reported the increasing danger of the undead and lichens, so we decided to lay low here." He gestured to the walls, lined with blueprints and diagrams. "We've been working on developing weapons based on the old government's plans, weapons designed to counter both werewolves and the undead. However, the designs are incomplete. The person who conceptualized these was a genius, a mind that comes once in a generation. They left everything here, but we lack the final pieces to complete these weapons." Marco and Lydia listened intently, realizing the gravity of the situation. The potential to change the tide of the ongoing battles lay within these walls, but the missing link in the weapons development posed a significant hurdle. As the chapter closed, Marco and Lydia knew they had stumbled upon something that could be pivotal for the human camp's survival. They also realized the challenge that lay ahead, to find the missing elements that could bring these theoretical super weapons to life. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Stranger. Marco and Lydia enthusiastically spoke of their camp, describing its functional defenses and the cohesive community that had formed. "We've been able to maintain a strong defense, and we always welcome new members and fighters. You'd all be valuable additions, Marco said with a hopeful tone. The scientist, along with the other members of the hidden base, listened intently. The prospect of leaving their self-imposed prison was both exciting and daunting. We've been trapped in this base for so long, it's felt like a prison. We've exhausted all our knowledge trying to finish these weapons, and we're running low on both rations and ammunition, the scientist confessed. A decision was made to depart for Marco and Lydia's camp. As they gathered the blueprints and loaded them into the car, Lydia noticed a peculiar figure in the distance, perched atop a wall. The figure, clad in tattered clothes and a chrome mask, stood up and began walking towards them. As he approached, the group could see the wear and tear on his clothes, suggesting a life of hardship and survival. He pointed to one of the diagrams that they were loading. You may take most of that, but that particular diagram must stay here, he said in a voice that commanded attention. Marco and Lydia exchanged confused looks, while the others from the base emerged, curious about the stranger's sudden appearance. The masked man continued, "That diagram was a failure, a dead end. It will only waste your time. The others, however, could lead you to the completion of the weapons, provided you're smart enough to decipher them." Intrigued, Marco asked, "How do you know all this?" The stranger's reply was simple and startling. "I drew them." The chapter closed on this intriguing revelation. The mysterious stranger, the apparent architect of the weapons designs, had just entered the scene, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. His knowledge and expertise could be the key to completing the weapons and potentially turning the tide in the human struggle for survival. Chapter 10. The Creator's Creed. Marco's question hung in the air, laden with hope. "If you drew these, then you know how to finish the weapon." "I did finish it," the stranger replied, his voice even. "But everything there is government property. I left it as it was not mine to take." Marco, struggling to comprehend, asked, "If you had completed the weapon, you could have saved humanity." The stranger's response was tinged with bitterness. "I never felt it was worth saving. The government treated me as an object, a drone for their purposes. They used me to create power for themselves, not for the good of mankind. I saw the corruption, how power was wielded not to help, but to control. Power that I gave them." Lydia interjected, "But what about everyone else? What happened to them without that weapon?" "Exactly what they deserved," the stranger answered. "The system was so corrupt, it would have destroyed itself eventually. The virus just hastened the process. With the government, the financial systems, the endless debt, it all had to fall. So, I left everything they paid me for and moved on. The weapon works, but I refused to let them hold my brain, my creations, hostage." The scientist from the lab, intrigued and desperate, asked, "Who are you? And if you can create such a weapon, you can save us all." The stranger shook his head slightly. "I'm not in the business of saving others, but if you can figure out how to finish the weapon based on those plans, maybe you can save yourselves." Lydia stepped forward, her voice earnest. "There's no government anymore, no system looking to chain you. The world you knew has fallen. The people you see before you, we were the ones chained by the system. Now we're fighting not against control, but against extinction, against real threats, the undead, the werewolves." The stranger paused, taking in Lydia's words. His gaze shifted from one person to another, each a living testament to survival and resilience in a world gone mad. The chapter closed with the stranger considering Lydia's plea. His creations, born from a brilliant yet unwilling mind, held the potential to change the course of the human struggle. Chapter 11. The Reluctant Genius. The conversation with the stranger had reached an impasse, his resolve unshaken. He remained adamant in his refusal to assist them, reiterating that his intellect was not a commodity to be exploited by others. With heavy hearts, the group began packing up the blueprints and diagrams they had gathered, preparing to leave the abandoned military site. As they made their way out, the stranger stood silently, his chrome mask reflecting the fading light, watching them depart with an inscrutable gaze. Just as the group was about to leave, Marco, driven by curiosity and a flicker of hope, asked, "What could the weapon do if we were able to complete it?" The stranger paused, his head tilting slightly as if weighing the implications of his response. "It could disrupt brainwaves and patterns, particularly effective against the undead. Its radius could cover miles in a single activation. I also tested it on the Lycans, and it was effective. That's why I'm still alive after all this time." The scientist's eyes widened in realization. "You mean you have a working model of this weapon already built?" he asked incredulously. The stranger raised his hand, revealing a crude metal glove. "Yes," he confirmed, his voice low but clear. Lydia stepped forward, her expression earnest. "Like you said, it's your mind, your creation. Only you can decide if what remains of humanity is worth saving. But just so you know, if you ever needed us to, we would save you." The chapter concluded with the group leaving the military site, their minds swirling with possibilities and the weight of the stranger's revelation. The existence of a working model of the weapon, held by a lone genius who had renounced humanity, added a new layer of complexity to their struggle for survival. Crimson Dawn, Resurgence of the Shadow, continued to unfold, a story of survival, moral dilemmas, and the quest for a glimmer of hope in a world consumed by darkness and despair. Chapter 12. The Turn of the Tide. After some time on the road, Marco and Lydia arrived back at the base, immediately requesting additional transport to bring in the new members they had found at the abandoned military site. The camp, buzzing with activity and anticipation, welcomed the newcomers, bolstering their ranks and morale. However, their moment of hope was swiftly interrupted by the blaring alarm. A massive horde of undead was approaching the camp. The wave of terror comprised zombies, undead abominations, spider-like creatures, and larger, more formidable undead. With relentless ferocity, they launched themselves against the camp's defenses. As the battle raged, the camp's defenses began to falter under the unending assault. The sheer number of the undead seemed infinite, each fallen creature replaced by another. But then, abruptly, the onslaught ceased. Every undead creature, mid-attack, froze in place. An eerie stillness fell over the battlefield. Moments later, the entire horde collapsed to the ground lifeless, as if an unseen switch had been flipped off. Amidst the fallen undead, a lone figure emerged, the stranger with the chrome mask. Walking calmly through the carnage, he approached the stunned defenders of the camp. "Okay, I'll give this a go," he announced. "But nobody gets my weapon unless you figure it out yourselves. Prepare the best tent and bring food. I'm hungry." The chapter and the part of the saga closed on this dramatic intervention. The stranger's sudden decision to assist and his mysterious ability to deactivate the undead en masse marked a pivotal turning point. The camp was left in awe and relief, their immediate threat vanquished by this enigmatic savior. Crimson Dawn, Resurgence of the Shadow, ended, setting the stage for the next part of this epic saga, where survival, innovation, and the mysteries of human and inhuman capabilities continued to intertwine in a world forever changed. Chapter 1. The Genesis of a Revolution. In the quiet confines of his laboratory, Professor Simon Winter, a renowned expert in the field of electromagnetic brain activity, was on the verge of a breakthrough. His life's work had revolved around the intricate dance of neurons and electrical impulses that made up the human brain. Professor Winter had been pioneering a treatment for Alzheimer's, harnessing the power of electromagnetic waves to forge new neural pathways, a hope for millions suffering from the debilitating disease. His research illustrated how the brain, running on subtle electric impulses, could be influenced and healed using targeted electromagnetic waves. The promise his work held for Alzheimer's was groundbreaking, offering a potential path to restoring memory and cognitive function. However, as Professor Winter immersed himself in his research, the world outside his laboratory began to unravel. Reports started flooding in of terrifying attacks by creatures of myth werewolves, ripping through cities and countryside alike. The chaos only escalated when a new threat emerged: the undead, or zombies, as they came to be known, shambling hordes of once humans now driven by a mindless hunger. As society crumbled under these relentless assaults, government agencies, desperate to maintain control and order, enlisted Professor Winter. They saw his research as a potential weapon, a way to manipulate brain activity, not just for healing, but for control. The professor, initially oblivious to their true intentions, was soon ensnared in their schemes. He was forced to pivot his research towards application that could serve the government's agenda. The agencies showed no interest in the welfare of the people. Their only focus was on retaining power. Professor Winter and his team were treated as pawns, their skills exploited to develop technologies aimed at controlling both the werewolf and zombie threats for the government's benefit. Professor Winter found himself trapped in a moral quagmire. His groundbreaking research, meant to be a beacon of hope for humanity, was now at risk of being twisted into a tool of domination. Chapter 2. The Spark of Rebellion. Time marched on in a world besieged by chaos, and within the confines of a high-security government facility, Professor Simon Winter worked tirelessly. Amid the tumult, he experienced a eureka moment, a breakthrough in his weapon research that could potentially turn the tide against the supernatural forces ravaging the world. Yet, as he witnessed the government's self-serving motives, he began to harbor doubts about the true purpose of his work. The government agencies, driven by a relentless thirst for power, showed little concern for the populace they were supposed to protect. Realizing his groundbreaking work was being exploited not to save humanity, but to control it, Professor Winter made a fateful decision. He withdrew his cooperation, refusing to hand over the final breakthrough. In response, the government agents, desperate to harness his genius, locked him in a cell. "You must give us the completion of the weapon," they demanded, their voices laced with frustration and greed. Professor Winter, resolute and unyielding, faced them with defiance. "The plans are there for all to see. Why don't you build it yourself?" he challenged. An agent, visibly angered, retorted, "The plans, yes, but the final piece is missing." With a calm yet firm tone, Winter replied, "Indeed, the final piece is my mind. I solved the problem. It's mine. You can imprison me. You can even take my life. but you will never own my mind. At that moment, the facility was besieged by an onslaught of undead. The government forces, caught off guard, rushed outside to defend the base against the unexpected attack. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Professor Winter made his escape. He took only his personal possessions, leaving behind everything provided by the government, including the diagrams of the weapon, in a secret location, far from the prying eyes of the government and the horrors of the world. Professor Winter set to work. With unwavering determination, he continued his research, his hands guided by years of expertise and a mind unshackled by external influence. He completed the weapon, a testament to human ingenuity and the indomitable spirit of a free mind. Professor Winter, a lone figure, standing against the backdrop of a world in turmoil, holding in his hands the key to potential salvation. Chapter 3. The Game of Shadows and Light. In the undead metropolis, a gathering of sinister importance took place. The necromancer, surrounded by the elders, conveyed his urgent need for their assistance. We must destroy the humans before the Lycans convert them into their kin, but something is amiss. The humans have found a way to decimate my legions without direct combat. I am intrigued to learn how. I need you to find out. Infiltrate the human camp. Gather this information for me. The elders, bound by a sense of indebtedness to the necromancer for relieving their eternal hunger, agreed to his request. As they departed for the human camp, the necromancer's lips curled into a subtle, knowing grin. Meanwhile, at the human camp, in the command center, Alex, Eleanor, and Captain Knox were deep in discussion when suddenly 4 shadowy figures materialized within the tent. The elders had arrived. Varric, the eldest, spoke first. We bear no ill will towards you, but we must discover how you neutralized an entire legion of undead. Alex, his expression hardening, responded, You turned your back on us for the undead. We have nothing to share with you. One of the elders, revealing a hint of menace, countered, You realize we could easily annihilate your camp. We no longer need you for sustenance. Why not cooperate and live? At that moment, the stranger with the chrome mask entered the tent. I am the one you seek, he announced calmly. I'll grant you an audience. Varric turned to face the newcomer. So, you possess the power to incapacitate the undead? I am Winter, the stranger replied coolly. I do as I please. Another elder, sensing an opportunity, threatened, We will extract this ability from you, by force if necessary. Winter chuckled softly. Many have tried to take what does not belong to them. You are mere shadows. Do not provoke me, or I might just turn on the lights. As an elder shifted into a shadow, preparing to attack, Winter clicked a button on a small device. A combination of infrared, visible light, and ultraviolet light flooded the room. The elders screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor, overwhelmed by the simulated sunlight. You should know, sunlight comprises infrared, visible light, and ultraviolet light. Winter lectured, his voice calm but firm, all of which happened to be my areas of expertise. Flicking off the device, he added, I could end you all right now, but I have no desire for destruction. However, should you return, my courtesy will have its limits. As the elders hastily retreated from the tent, the camp leaders were left in silent awe of Winter's capabilities and resolve. Chapter 4. The Reluctant Genius. In the command tent of the camp, an air of uncertainty swirled around Professor Winter. The events of the day weighed heavily on him. I've been here for one day, and have already found myself in conflict, he stated, his tone laced with disappointment. "This arrangement may be short-lived. I think it's best for me to take my leave." Alex, realizing the gravity of losing such a vital ally, quickly interjected. "Wait, Winter. We genuinely need your expertise." Winter turned, his chrome mask reflecting the dim light of the tent. "That's the problem, isn't it? Everyone always wants something. Instead of relying on their own intellect, they seek to use the power of another. It's always about controlling another mind to fulfill one's needs. I won't be part of such games." He paused, then continued, "And I warn you, do not attempt to follow me. My ability to incapacitate extends to humans as well. However, your undead friends will likely give you a wide berth for a while." With that, he tossed the tube containing the combination of infrared, visible light, and ultraviolet light to them. "Use this for your negotiations," he added. Elena, looking concerned, mentioned another looming threat. "There's also the matter of that gigantic werewolf creature. We have no means to stop something like that." Winter, his tone unchanging, replied, "That's correct. You don't." Without another word, he turned and walked out of the tent, leaving the group to ponder his parting gift and the ominous reality of the challenges ahead. The chapter concluded with Winter's departure, leaving behind a mix of awe, confusion, and a newfound tool in the tube of light. His brief presence had made a significant impact, but his sudden exit left the camp to face their dire situation with one less extraordinary mind to aid them. Chapter 5. The Tangled Web. In the undead metropolis, an air of frustration pervaded the necromancer's lair. The Elder's report had done little to appease his growing concerns. They recounted their defeat, detailing their encounter with Winter and the surprising ease with which they were overpowered. The necromancer's anger flared upon hearing their account. "First, the Lycans have something over us, and now even the humans, whom we considered the weakest threat, have gained an upper hand. This is unacceptable. We need to drastically rethink our strategies," he declared, his voice echoing through the dark chambers. His mind raced with possibilities. "We need a counter to that gigantic Lycan, the Alpha's monstrous creation. It's obviously a result of the Lycan curse, combined with some kind of gene acceleration liquid. I need to get my hands on a Lycan specimen," he mused, his thoughts already turning to new experiments. Turning to the Elders, he proposed, "Perhaps you can redeem yourselves by assisting me in this endeavor." The Elders, still reeling from their recent defeat and eager to regain favor, nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the necromancer's request. Later that night, the Elders gathered in secret, their voices low and filled with concern. "The Lycans are unaffected by our shadow forms, and they can easily overpower us. We need to approach this task with utmost caution," one elder murmured. Varric stepped forward, his expression grave. "We are now wholly reliant on the necromancer. A realignment with the humans is out of the question, and if we were to fend for ourselves, we would surely starve. Yet the prospect of confronting the Lycans poses a significant risk. I cannot recall a single instance where one of our kind has triumphed against those creatures. We have indeed set ourselves upon a path fraught with troubles." Chapter 6. The Confrontation. The Elders, harnessing their shadow forms, moved swiftly and silently through the dense woods, homing in on the Alpha's location. Their journey, however, was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected presence. There, trudging through the woods with an air of regal power and a chrome mask reflecting the moonlight, was Winter. In the distance, a Lycan from the Alpha's patrol detected Winter's scent. With a guttural growl, it launched into a ferocious charge. teeth bared menacingly. The creature's movement was a blur of deadly intent as it closed the distance. The elders, hidden in the shadows, watched intently, curious about the outcome of this inevitable clash. Just as the lichen leapt into the air for a fatal strike, it suddenly stopped mid-air and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Winter, seemingly unfazed, continued on his path as if nothing had occurred. One of the elders, amazed by the display of power, whispered, "Such power! If only we could harness it for ourselves." As they spoke, Winter abruptly stopped. He did not turn towards them, but the pause was enough to suggest he was aware of their presence. After a moment, he resumed walking. Did he know they lurked in the shadows? Varric, ever cautious, whispered, "Let's retrieve the lichen. Forget the human. He's too powerful, despite his mortal form." The elders then set about dragging the fallen lichen away. Suddenly, Winter's voice pierced the silence. "Hungry?" He stood before them, his tone almost mocking. The elders looked up, their expressions akin to those of thieves caught in the act. Winter, perceptive and unthreatened, observed, "Doing his dirty work, I see. You know, you could aspire to be so much more." After a brief pause, he gestured towards the lichen. "Take it. Consider it a gift." With those final words, Winter walked off, leaving the elders in a state of contemplation. They were indeed pawns in the necromancer's game, a realization that weighed heavily on them. Yet, Winter's remarks lingered in their minds. Was there a chance for redemption? Could Winter, a seemingly powerful player in this dark game, offer them a path back to something greater than servitude? As the elders pondered their circumstances, trapped in a web of their own making, yet subtly offered a glimmer of hope by the enigmatic figure of Winter. Chapter 7. The eve of war. In the heart of the undead metropolis, the necromancer worked feverishly on the carcass of the deceased lichen. His movements were rapid, his focus intense, as he dissected and analyzed, mumbling to himself in a mix of frustration and bewilderment. "How can it be?" he pondered aloud, searching for the elusive answer that could unlock the lichen's secrets. After hours of exhaustive examination, he reached a moment of bitter realization. With a roar of anger, he hurled the lichen's body off the operating table. "There's nothing, no biological explanation. It must be something else," he concluded, exasperated by the enigma. Forced to abandon his efforts, the necromancer turned his thoughts to an alternative strategy. The reports from the elders about Winter's departure from the human camp and the camp's potential vulnerability played on his mind. This is the perfect moment to strike before the lichens can expand their ranks with the humans, he determined. The sound of impending warfare echoed through the undead metropolis. Legions of the undead were summoned, amassing for a final assault on the human camp. Wagons loaded with vats of green goo were readied, along with catapults primed to launch the substance when the time was right. The ground shook under the mass of marching undead, a macabre army on the move. Simultaneously, the Alpha mobilized its entire pack. The gigantic werewolf, its every step causing tremors, led the pack through the woods towards the human camp. The Alpha's plan was clear: to dominate the camp and claim the humans for their kind. Meanwhile, in the human camp, reports of movement from both the undead and the lichens spurred frantic preparations for an imminent attack. The air was thick with tension as all factions braced for what seemed an inevitable clash that would determine the fate of the survivors. Perched on a distant hill, a solitary figure watched the unfolding drama with a detached curiosity. Professor Winter, the most potent entity in this game of survival, observed the converging forces with a mix of interest and ennui. To him, the upcoming battle was a mere unfolding of events, a chess game where he held the ultimate power, yet chose not to intervene. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation at the human camp, with all factions converging in a battle that promised to be both devastating and decisive. Winter, the enigmatic observer, remained aloof yet watchful, his involvement, or lack thereof, holding the potential to sway the outcome of this final battle. Chapter 8. Prelude to the Final Stand. As the tale of Crimson Dawn reaches its climactic threshold, anticipation builds for the final episode. The stage is set for a grand confrontation, with all factions poised on the brink of an all-out war. The human camp, fortified yet vulnerable, braces for the imminent clash with both the undead legions and the formidable Lycan pack. As the forces converge, questions hang in the air, charged with the electricity of impending conflict. Will there be a definitive victor in this struggle for survival, or will the battle see the fall of all factions, leaving a world in ruins? The final episode promises to reveal the fate of the human camp, the ambitions of the Necromancer, the resolve of the Lycan Alpha, and the role of the enigmatic Professor Winter, the most powerful piece in this chessboard of apocalypse. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown, in a world where the lines between hero and villain blur, where survival is a daily gamble, and where power plays are as deadly as the creatures that roam the land. The finale is set to be a spectacle of strategy, strength, and the indomitable human spirit. The next episode, the finale of Crimson Dawn, is coming soon, promising to deliver an epic conclusion to this saga of darkness, light, and the shades in between. Stay tuned for the breathtaking conclusion, where the fate of a world hanging in the balance will finally be unveiled. Chapter 1. The Gathering Storm. As dawn broke over the ravaged landscape, the horizon filled with the ominous silhouettes of converging forces. From the north, the undead legions advanced, a relentless sea of decay moving in unison, driven by the dark will of the Necromancer. To the west, the ground trembled under the heavy tread of the Lycan pack, led by the formidable Alpha, whose howls echoed through the chilling wind, rallying his forces with ferocious roars. In the heart of the turmoil stood the human camp, a bastion of hope amid despair. The camp was a flurry of activity. Barricades were reinforced, weapons readied, and strategies discussed in hushed, urgent tones. Men and women, young and old, prepared to defend their home, their freedom, and their lives, with a resolve forged in the fires of relentless adversity. At the center of the camp, Alex stood atop a makeshift platform, looking out over the sea of determined faces. His voice rang out clear and strong, cutting through the morning air with the sharpness of a blade. Today, we stand on the brink of our final battle, he began, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. We've faced horrors that would break the spirits of lesser beings. We've endured losses that would turn hearts to stone. But here we stand, unbroken, unwavering, because we are bound by something stronger than fear, our humanity. The camp erupted in cheers, the sound a defiant roar against the encroaching darkness. Let them come with their shadows and fangs, Alex continued, his voice rising with passion. We will show them that as long as one of us remains standing, the light of humanity will never be extinguished. Today, we fight not just for survival, but for our future. As the echo of his words faded, the camp's resolve solidified into a tangible force, the air electric, with anticipation and the weight of impending conflict. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, a lone figure watched the unfolding drama below with detached interest. Professor Winter, seated comfortably with his legs crossed, observed the movements of both the undead and the Lycans through a pair of high-powered binoculars. His chrome mask, devoid of expression, mirrored the early morning light, making him appear almost spectral. Winter was well aware of the stakes of the impending battle, yet his isolation from it lent him an air of serenity. As he watched the humans rally under Alex's words, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "So it begins," he murmured to himself, intrigued by the resilience of the human spirit, yet curiously aloof from the desperate fight for survival. As all forces converged on the human camp, the stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the fate of a world forever changed by darkness and light. Chapter 2. The clash at the gates. The morning air, already tense with anticipation, was shattered by the thunderous clash of two monstrous forces at the very doors of the human camp. The undead, driven by the dark will of the necromancer, met the Lycan pack head-on, igniting a fierce battle that shook the earth beneath them. Among the chaos, the gigantic werewolf, under the command of the Alpha, emerged as a horrifying spectacle of brute force. Its enormous frame trampled the undead beneath its massive paws, showcasing its unrivaled power as the apex predator on the battlefield. The sight of such raw power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. As the melee ensued, the Lycan Alpha seized the opportunity to advance towards the human defenses, intent on converting the humans to swell the ranks of its pack. With a massive force, the Alpha lunged at the barricades, but as it made contact, an unexpected barrier halted its assault. The barricades, laced with silver, acted as a painful deterrent. The Alpha recoiled with a guttural scream of agony as the silver scorched its flesh, sending a clear message: the human defenses were not to be underestimated. Recovering from the setback, the Alpha howled commandingly, signaling the gigantic werewolf to focus its might against the camp's defenses. Alex, witnessing the impending threat, voiced his concern with urgency. "That thing will crush our defenses. We've got to do something." On the battlefield, the spectacle continued as the mutated Lycans, products of genetic tampering and Lycan ferocity, demolished the ranks of the undead with ease. Their enhanced strength and agility made them formidable adversaries, turning each encounter into a short, brutal skirmish against the relentless waves of zombies. Despite the power displayed by the Lycans, the sheer numbers of the undead horde presented a daunting challenge, continually pressing forward. The climax of the assault came as the gigantic werewolf, heedless of the injuries inflicted by the silver, began to trample over the camp's outer defenses. The structure groaned and buckled under its immense weight, forcing the humans to fall back to a secondary line of defense within the camp. As the humans regrouped, the tension was palpable, the air thick with the smell of fear and determination. They prepared for the next wave of the assault, understanding that the survival of their camp, and potentially humanity itself, hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 3. The siege intensifies. In the heart of the battle, the air was thick with the sounds of conflict as Alex, Captain Knox, and Elena led the human defenders in a desperate last stand. They commanded their troops to unleash a relentless barrage against the gigantic werewolf that towered over the battlefield, but all to no avail. Arrows embedded with silver and homemade silver dust grenades exploded upon impact, yet the beast seemed impervious to their efforts. It was as if the werewolf was forged from the stuff of nightmares, utterly unstoppable and indestructible. As the battle raged fiercely, the Lycan Alpha, with a strategic mind and a savage desire to expand his pack, called back the giant werewolf. He did not want his potent weapon to annihilate the humans. Instead, he aimed to turn them, to assimilate them into his growing army of Lycans. With calculated ferocity, the Alpha himself began tearing through the inner barriers of the camp, his claws rending metal and wood alike in a fervent effort to breach the human defenses. Meanwhile, the mutated werewolves, those formidable beasts of genetic tampering, began showing signs of fatigue. Despite their enhanced strength and ferocity, the endless tide of the undead proved to be a formidable opponent. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, a dark sea of decay that ebbed and flowed with relentless persistence. Even the mightiest of Lycans found themselves hard-pressed to maintain their ground against such unyielding numbers. The battle wore on tirelessly through the day, and under a sun that beat down mercilessly upon friend and foe alike. As the hours passed, the shadows lengthened, and the battlefield took on an eerie glow in the fading light. The sun began its descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows and bathing the camp in an ominous twilight. The setting sun marked not just the passage of time, but also served as a harbinger of the dark night to come, a time when shadows grow long and the line between hope and despair becomes perilously thin. The relentless assault, the screams of the fallen, and the clash of metal against bone created a symphony of chaos as the defenders of humanity braced themselves for the night. Each moment, the sun sank lower. The urgency grew, knowing well that darkness could bring new terrors, or perhaps, in their darkest hour, an unexpected ally, or a new strategy might emerge. Chapter 4. The tide turns. The battlefield was chaotic, a clash of titans under a dimming sky, as the human defenders mounted their last stand against the supernatural onslaught. Amid the chaos, a silver-tipped arrow found its mark, piercing the Lycan Alpha. The creature yelped in pain, its demeanor instantly shifting to one of uncontrollable rage. With a ferocious howl, it commanded its colossal giant werewolf to renew its assault. The massive beast, towering over the trees, charged back into the fray with devastating force. Several defenders were crushed under its savage attacks, their screams echoing through the camp. Meanwhile, the mutated werewolves, once the pinnacle of the Alpha's offensive might, began to falter and fall. Their bodies littered the ground as they succumbed to the relentless waves of undead. Seeing his pack dwindling, the Alpha made a strategic retreat, pulling the remaining Lycans back to regroup. However, the undead horde, an ever-advancing wave of decay, pressed forward undeterred. The Alpha, desperate to bolster his ranks, sent the remaining pure werewolves past the barriers to transform the surviving humans into Lycans. As the pure Lycans breached the inner defenses, Alex acted swiftly. He hurled a silver dust grenade into their path. The explosive cloud of silver particles caused the attackers to recoil in agony. The werewolves, their skin burning from the silver, quickly retreated, leaving the humans a brief respite. The human defenders, donned in makeshift silver helms and crude armor fashioned from remaining silver supplies, stood defiantly. They were battered and bruised, but not broken. As they regrouped, the gigantic werewolf raised its foot for another devastating blow. But just then, a swarm of grotesque, spider-like undead surged forward. These spiderish undead, horrifying amalgamations with extra limbs grafted onto rotting torsos, swarmed the gigantic werewolf. Hundreds of them climbed its massive body, their sharp, gnarled teeth sinking into its flesh. The giant beast screamed in torment, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge the creatures, burrowing painfully into its skin. The camp trembled under its frenzied movements as it indiscriminately trampled everything in its path. The Alpha howled, trying to command its behemoth to regain control, but the pain was overwhelming. The relentless assault by the horrific spiderish undead drove the werewolf into an uncontrolled frenzy. Ultimately, after minutes that seemed like hours, the behemoth collapsed, lifeless to the ground. The most dangerous piece on the battlefield was down. The human defenders, witnessing the fall of the gigantic werewolf, felt a surge of mixed emotions, relief, sorrow, and an unyielding resolve. They prepared for the next phase of the battle, knowing that while a significant threat was eliminated, the war was far from over. The field was quieter now, the impending darkness of night setting the stage for what could be the final confrontation of this epic saga. Chapter 5. The Fall of the Alpha. As the battle raged on into the twilight, the Alpha and its dwindling pack faced insurmountable odds. The undead horde, relentless and numerous, surged through the camp's defenses, overpowering the Lycans where the silver barriers had held them at bay. More Lycans fell, their ferocious forms collapsing under the weight of the undead tide, until only the Alpha and 3 other pure werewolves remained standing. Cornered, and sensing the imminence of defeat, the Alpha attempted a strategic retreat. However, the undead were too vast in number, and the silver-infused defenses erected by the humans formed an impenetrable barrier, blocking any escape. The Lycans were trapped, with the undead on one side and the silver barrier on the other. Alex, overseeing the defense from a vantage point, noticed the desperate situation of the Lycans. Understanding the tactical advantage of letting the Lycans serve as a buffer against the advancing undead, he commanded his troops to hold their fire. "Hold the fire," he ordered calmly, his eyes fixed on the beleaguered Lycans. "Let them be the first line of defense against the undead." The defenders, though weary and battle-scarred, nodded in agreement, understanding the wisdom in conserving their resources while the Lycans still fought. The fall of the Lycans, though tragic, became a spectacle of raw primal courage. They fought with an intensity and ferocity that was unprecedented, each pure werewolf falling one after the other, their bodies piling up as they took down hundreds of undead assailants. The mutated undead and zombies fell in swaths around them. Finally, only the Alpha remained. Surrounded by a sea of decaying bodies and encroaching undead, the Alpha stood defiant, its eyes burning with a fierce light that spoke of defiance and unyielding spirit. With a howl that echoed through the camp, it charged into the mass of undead, its claws and teeth a blur of motion. The Alpha fought heroically, moving with a lethal grace. Each swipe and bite fell in multiple undead foes. Despite its formidable prowess, the sheer numbers of the undead were overwhelming. The Alpha, surrounded and outnumbered, continued to fight, each movement a testament to its strength and will to protect its pack to the very end. As the undead finally closed in, the Alpha looked towards the human defenders, a silent nod, acknowledging their shared struggle for survival. Then, as the undead washed over it, the Alpha fought until the last breath, falling beneath a wave of decay, its demise marked by a heroic stand that would be remembered in the annals of the survivors' history. In the quiet that followed, the camp stood in silent homage to the fallen Alpha, recognizing the bravery of an adversary who had fought with honor and ferocity, deserving of respect, even in death. The battle continued, but for a moment, the lines between friend and foe blurred in mutual acknowledgement of courage and sacrifice. Chapter 6. The Last Stand. The human defenders braced for the final onslaught, their hearts heavy but unyielding. Captain Knox barked orders, organizing the remaining fighters into their last line of defense. Elena gripped her weapon tightly, her resolve firm as she whispered, "This is it." Alex, with a fire burning in his eyes, rallied the troops. "We go down fighting." As the undead horde advanced, ready to engulf the human camp in a wave of decay and death, a sudden change shifted the tide of battle. Shadowy figures sliced through the ranks of the undead at supernatural speed, their touch lethal to the rotting flesh of their foes. As these shadows moved, they cleared a significant space around the human defenders. Once the area was clear, the four elders materialized in front of the humans. Varric stepped forward, his voice resonant with a somber tone. "Eternal life is not a gift, but a curse," he declared solemnly. "Today, we end this curse forever." With a determined nod to his fellow elders, they transformed back into their shadow forms and resumed their deadly passage through the undead ranks. The undead fell by the hundreds, yet it seemed to make no difference as more filled the gaps left by the fallen. Just as hope sparked among the human defenders, the necromancer unleashed his final gambit, a group of robed undead with a spark of high-level intelligence glinting in their eyes. These were not ordinary undead. They were his elite, immune to the Elders' shadowy assault. As the Elders moved to engage them, the robed undead hurled strange glass vials onto the battlefield. When the vials shattered, a blinding explosion of light erupted, enveloping the Elders. Caught off guard and overwhelmed by the intense light, the Elders collapsed, their powers neutralized. The scene turned grim as the sea of undead descended upon the fallen Elders. Varric, even in his final moments, turned towards the remaining camp members and managed a resigned smile, acknowledging their impending doom and his own end. As the Elders disappeared under the relentless wave of undead, their sacrifice marked a poignant moment of bravery and despair. The remaining humans, now without their unexpected allies, prepared for what might be their last fight. The camp was silent, but for the sounds of the approaching undead. Each step they took a drumbeat to the rhythm of an inevitable end. But even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit burned fiercely, ready to stand against the darkness until the very last breath. Chapter 7. The Vision of Three Futures. As the battlefield lay soaked in the blood of the fallen, the necromancer advanced with an air of inevitable triumph. Flanked by a horde of grotesque undead creatures, each more horrifying than the last, he marched towards the human camp for what he envisioned as the final blow. A confident smile played across his lips. The prospect of his undead washing over the remaining humans seemed a foregone conclusion to him. Perched on a distant hilltop, Winter observed the unfolding carnage through cold, calculating eyes. He had witnessed the fall of the Alpha and the sacrifice of the Elders. Now only two factions remained in this grim dance of death. As he watched, Winter's mind wandered to the possible outcomes of this apocalyptic conflict, contemplating the future and its shape under the reign of either side. In one vision, the humans prevailed. He saw a reconstructed society, a semblance of order reborn from the ashes of chaos. Yet, this new world was not untouched by the old vices of power and greed. Figures in authority hoarded resources, subjugated the weak, and constructed a government that was a shadow of past corruptions, a cycle of control and rebellion reborn. In another, darker vision, the undead prevailed. The world transformed into a bleak wasteland of death and decay. Cities crumbled under the relentless march of the undead, the lands barren and desolate, with no life to speak of. This future was a never-ending night, where the undead roamed supreme over a planet void of all other life. Then a third future emerged in Winter's contemplation, more isolated and introspective, a world where he was the sole survivor. In this quiet, desolate reality, Winter walked through abandoned cities, the master of a silent world. There were no battles, no struggles for power, just an endless expanse of solitude. This vision was neither dark nor light, but a profound quiet that spoke of ultimate freedom and ultimate isolation. As the Necromancer's undead army began their final assault, Winter remained detached, yet vigilant. His mind, a tumult of potential futures, considered stepping in, not to save humanity or to defeat the undead, but to shape the outcome, to ensure the balance of power remained favorable, or perhaps to prevent any one faction from gaining too much control. Chapter 8. The End Game. As the undead horde surged forward, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the remaining humans. Many fell, overwhelmed by the relentless advance. Among the few survivors, exhaustion and resignation set in. Alex gathered his closest allies for what seemed like their final moment. "It's been a pleasure to have lived with you all, my family," he said, his voice steady despite the gravity of their situation. Captain Knox and Elena exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a mix of gratitude, sorrow, and unspoken thoughts. Just as the final barriers crumbled under the undead onslaught, and a wall of decaying bodies charged towards the beleaguered survivors, something unimaginable happened. The undead stopped. In a matter of seconds, they ceased movement altogether, then collapsed en masse. Miles of undead, previously a seething tide of decay, now lay motionless. The Necromancer, unaffected by the mysterious force that had halted his army, stood alone and bewildered on the battlefield. His mind raced for answers, his previous confidence shaken. As he contemplated a retreat to his metropolis, a voice echoed across the field. "Interesting," Winter remarked, his tone curious yet detached. "You are undead, yet you do not share their brain patterns. What are you then?" The Necromancer, regaining some of his composure, responded with intellectual poise. "I am not merely undead. I am beyond that simple state. My existence is sustained by my own inventions, a blend of necromancy and advanced biological engineering. I can easily rebuild my army, as fortunately, these bodies remain undamaged." Winter listened intently, his analytical mind processing every word. "Your intellect is formidable," he acknowledged, "but it's precisely why you must be stopped. You represent an unending cycle of death and resurrection, a loop that prevents any real progress." The Necromancer sneered, ready to retort, but Winter continued, his voice carrying a decisive edge. "And as for the humans, their survival might yet be more detrimental than beneficial. They are driven by cycles of conflict and rebuilding, forever repeating history's darkest chapters." As Winter explained his reasoning, the implications of his words hung heavily over the battlefield. His logic was cold, calculating, and devoid of emotional bias. He regarded both the Necromancer and the remnants of humanity not just as threats to stability, but as obstacles to a new order he envisioned, one devoid of endless conflict and suffering. With the stakes higher than ever, Winter prepared to take definitive action, his next moves crucial in shaping the future of the planet. The survivors, though momentarily safe, were not yet out of danger. Chapter 9. The End of Power. As the battlefield quieted, the Necromancer made a desperate attempt to retreat to the safety of his metropolis. However, his escape was abruptly halted. "Ah, there it is," Winter murmured, utilizing his weapon with clinical precision. His device targeted a subtle point just below the threshold of a living brainwave, almost at the subconscious level. Fascinating. I will have to dissect you later and examine that brain of yours, Winter mused aloud. Paralyzed, the necromancer was conscious yet immobilized, his mind racing through every possible escape route, but it was futile. With a cold finality, Winter increased the power of his weapon, and the necromancer collapsed to the ground, defeated permanently. Turning from the fallen necromancer, Winter then directed his attention towards the remaining human survivors who were cautiously emerging from their makeshift defenses. Relief washed over their faces, and smiles broke out as they saw Winter. "Thank you," they called out to him, grateful for the intervention they mistakenly believed was their salvation. "I'm sorry," Winter replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Did you think I was on your side?" He raised his arm towards the humans. "You are next." At that moment, Lydia stepped forward from behind the group. "Wait," she implored, holding out her hands in a gesture of peace. "We are all that's left. When we are gone, you will be alone forever. We don't seek control or to enslave others' minds. We simply wish to live." Winter paused, considering her words. "First of all, you are not the only ones left. There are other survivors," he stated matter-of-factly. "Second, I have calculated the rise of humanity once again. It is destined to destroy itself, no matter the starting point. Mankind inherently seeks power. It is in its nature to destroy for power and control." Lydia, undeterred by Winter's bleak assessment, gave a heartfelt response. "The corrupt government, seeking power, has been destroyed, and only those who seek peace are left. We have a chance to rebuild differently this time. History doesn't have to repeat itself if we learn from it. We're not doomed to follow the same patterns if we choose another path." Her words hung in the air, a challenge to Winter's calculated cynicism. The small group of survivors stood behind Lydia, their expressions a mix of hope and defiance, embodying the resilience of the human spirit. Chapter 10. A plea for humanity. The tension on the battlefield was palpable as Winter weighed the fate of the remaining humans. At this crucial moment, Alex stepped forward. With a voice resonating with the weight of all they had endured, he addressed Winter, his words carrying the resolve and courage that had characterized their survival. "We've struggled and struggled against everything life and death have thrown at us," Alex began, his gaze locked with Winter's emotionless eyes. "Life is nothing but hardship. But look who is left. It's not those who sought to steal power, but those fighting simply to survive. People like us." Following Alex's words, Captain Knox stepped up. Her voice was thick with emotion, each word laden with the losses she had borne. "I had my unit killed. They were my brothers and sisters. My previous base destroyed. Again, my family. And now, I stand here. The ones you spoke of, who thirsted for power, they fell. What's left now is family." Elena then took a step forward, her stance resolute. "Go ahead. Use your power to end us," she declared, a defiant edge to her voice. "But know that we will go down knowing we stood for our brothers and sisters. Not to take from them, not to give to them, but to share with them. To be on this planet as equals. To build together. To survive for one reason, and one reason only. To live freely, without the shadow of tyranny or the chains of control." The heartfelt speeches struck a chord in the air, resonating around the silent battlefield. Winter, typically unmoved by human emotions, found himself unexpectedly impacted by their words. The idea of living not for power, but for genuine coexistence and mutual respect, an echo of a philosophical ideal where individuals live and work for their own happiness as their highest moral purpose, respecting the same rights in others, seemed to pierce his cold exterior. Winter paused, his weapon lowered slightly as he contemplated the profound resilience and unity the humans displayed. This wasn't the power-hungry humanity he had calculated. It was something purer, something worth reconsidering. The chapter closed with Winter in a rare moment of hesitation. The humans' plea for a chance to prove their capacity for peace and equality had introduced a variable he hadn't fully considered, a potential for change and growth beyond the destructive cycles of the past. Now the decision lay with him, to end the human saga as he had intended, or to allow the flicker of hope presented by the survivors to kindle a new path on Earth. Chapter 11. A New Dawn. Winter's arm, previously raised in a gesture of destruction, slowly lowered. His chrome mask reflected the last lights of the setting sun as he addressed the survivors, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic hint of respect. Interesting, he mused, his tone more contemplative than it had ever been. You have been the first to actually make me rethink my ideas. For this, I thank you. Though your petty intellects are like insects compared to mine, you have made me think on my actions. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the weary but resolute faces before him. Winter will not fall on you today, but be warned, he continued, his voice hardening slightly. Should you feel this is the end, know that there is never an end to suffering. Something else lurks out there, and not all the survivors will want to be family. Some will want you to be lunch. With those final words, Winter turned and walked away, his figure diminishing into the twilight, leaving behind a world that was forever changed by his presence and his final decision to spare them. Their camp breathed a collective sigh of relief, the tension and fear that had gripped them dissipating as they realized that they had survived not only the undead, the Lycan, and the vampire betrayal, but now also the cold, calculating mind of Winter. They had stood together, united by their humanity, and had swayed even the most formidable observer. As the survivors began to rebuild, the final chapter of their epic saga closed on a note of cautious optimism. They understood the truth in Winter's parting words. The world was vast, and not all were driven by the same ideals. The fight for survival was perhaps never truly over, but for now, they had earned a moment of peace, to heal, to rebuild, and to forge new paths grounded in the lessons of the past. In a subtle nod to Winter's forewarning, the scene shifted briefly to the depths of the Alpha's den. There, amidst the remnants of the fallen pack, a lone wolf cub stirred, the progeny of the Alpha. Its eyes opened, glinting with a nascent fire, hinting at the continuation of the legacy and the cycle of life, survival, and perhaps the inevitable rise of new challenges. End of Crimson Dawn, the final eclipse, and the entire Crimson Dawn series. This epic conclusion weaves together the themes of survival, the complexity of nature and intellect, and the perpetual struggle between dominance and coexistence. It leaves the door slightly ajar for the future, suggesting that while this saga has ended, the stories of this world and its inhabitants will continue as long as life persists on the troubled but resilient Earth. Good evening. It's the Professor here. Thank you, every single one of you who have watched the 10-part series Crimson Dawn. I had so much fun creating it, and I'd love to thank each and every one of you for your comments, for your likes, for your shares, for your love. of the channel and the series. I honestly did have a lot of fun creating it, and I hope you enjoyed watching it. I'd like to give a very special thank you to all of those members who have joined as members, and all of those who give a special thank you by contributing to the channel. It's your contributions that continue to fuel our channel and help grow the channel. Remember, it's not too late to show your support for the channel. Now the burning question: will there be a series 2 of Crimson Dawn? We'll have to wait and find out, because the Professor has many more tales to weave, many more stories to keep you up at night. So until next time, enjoy the video you see on the screen now if you wish to continue watching Professor Shadow's Tales of Terror, and I'll see you soon.